It's the World Cup. It's round 4. I've been hyping up round 4 specifically, saying this is where the group stages will get really interesting, right? And this here is why. Skull Merchant versus Twins. Whoever loses is eliminated. If it's a tie, both are eliminated. Whoever wins stays in the tournament and could still reach a playoff position. Gideon for Skull Merchant. Win or you're out. Simplicity itself in this matchup. Some of the elimination situations or clinch situations can be mighty complex and mighty convoluted. Not the case here. You gotta win. You gotta win. She's not found an amazing map for it, I'll tell you that much. Would have rather pretty much anything else other than Gideon here. There's only 2 gens upstairs. This is really fascinating. Weird split of the gens here, as there is some gen movement. That will presumably be upstairs right here. Maybe doesn't want to spend too long upstairs as that sprint burst. That's a damn shame. Gets him to a pallet, they'll drop it. Even that might be too much. There's 2 survivors downstairs. Hanato just sees what's happening. Heads back up. Yeah, 2 gens upstairs, and the remainder down, the 5 downstairs is patently absurd. I don't think I've seen something quite like that before. Maybe I have. It should work out in her favour, to be honest. She loves the idea of taking chase downstairs, considering what the map looks like. Oh god, it's Hanato. Really concerned. Really concerned by the drone, so much so that he almost gave away the dying state under the pallet there. Doesn't quite. Let's see the other pallet here. Decent move by Skull Merchant, and that'll be the first dying state. As the team gets one of the upstairs gens, they're working on another. I don't think Skull Merchant will mind that one bit here. Already kind of considering leaving the upstairs gens alone, patrolling everything downstairs. And might be getting a fair bit of undetectability value, so going to get rid of a drone there, get undetectability, take it to the bathroom. There's no movement there, unfortunately, but just back on this patrol now. Movement there. Getting rid of another one. We'll have to replace these. No movement there either, and none there. So very likely to just be moving that upstairs gen. There's of course someone on it, and indeed that gen does pop as there's the unhook. Getting another drone. Popping one down. There's the undetectability. And pivoting to the left. Kate Denson. Who just keeps on going. Are they going to get the window? No. They have a pallet up here. Do they make it? They will. Skull Merchant's away. We'll be getting some decent thwack value here for sure. That is something to enjoy. Is there someone just waiting by the hook? It's Lara Croft. Are they done? Are they done? Bit of a gift. What are they planning to begin with? Hard to say. There's not been a huge amount of gem progress, aside from the top 2. So it would kind of make sense that someone were not playing, and that could be what was happening with Lara there. Have a drone in play. Get the undetectability. Gonna get Thwack out there again. Again, maybe the single best map for Thwack right here. Blazing a trail through the doorways. As Hanato will not make the pallet, takes the injury. Skull Merchant gonna head back. There's movement there, but not a huge amount. Drone back in play. As Lara just appears to be walking. No, she's running now. What on earth is going on? What's the ping like? Oh, it's 400 ping. Oh dear. Ping so bad, I fear she literally is not able to run. Goodness me. That'll be another hook. No DS there either. Hanato trying to crouch his way back to the generator. Discovered easily by Skull Merchant. This will be a huge situation for her here. And just way too cautious. Far too cautious around these drones. The drones are getting far more value from people being scared of them, particularly Hanato, than they would via any mechanical benefit. Another hook. All of a sudden, you've got 2 people on Death Hook here. Going to get the unstectability out there once again, as there's the unhook. Skull Merchant right there. Is Lara even playing? Doesn't look like it. I mean, I sympathise with internet woes, let me tell you, but this is the World Cup, and that is a hook that Skull Merchant's going to take every day of the week. There's the unhook on Hanato. Well, a bit of luck. Sometimes you need a bit of luck in a tournament like this. There is big gem movement here. Do they complete it? They will not. Injury there. Oh, they do finish the gem, but it should be a dying state. And with the game state as it is, obviously it would have been better to have not lost a gem. But maybe you're not too worried about a gen for a hook. As Lara, the post-mortem DC there. Maybe the internet did finally give up. I'm not 100% sure. Using the unstectability well here is Skull Merchant. There's no movement over there. None there. Some here. Is there any more than there was before? Maybe not. I think part of what is going so well for her is what we were talking about. All those gens downstairs. Only 2 spawning upstairs. Something that I thought was, frankly, impossible. But we've seen it here today as there's scratch marks moving down to basement. I'm going to try for the unstectability. I fear the game may already be up in that regard. Injury on the Akalson. It keeps on running. Pre-drops. Keeping them around here is not a bad move from Skull Merchant. Kicks that. Aura reading. Pivots right. Is there going to be a drop there? There will. Do they come back? They do not. Dead Hard is in play. Dead Hard is denied. Second hook for Kate. Unstectability back. Okay. Keeping control of this game. There's one gen that had a bit of movement. And it's moving again. Unstectability passes, but they've already fed the scene. Drone back up. I'm just trying to make life as difficult for the survivors as possible with repeated use of the unstectability. Does someone get brave and get back on the gen immediately? Yes, it's Hanato. And back to the freezer room. Or just the freezer. The walk-in freezer. As featured in one of the movies. Dying state here. Don't believe it's dead hard for Hanato. So that will be a 2 survivor situation. Now, very important for Skull Merchant to secure a hook on Nia. You do not want to let them get hatch with no hooks to their name. Well played there, very well played. Really could and should have done better there, Skull Merchant. Injury there. Not going to be fooled by the vaulting over the pallet into the face, I'm afraid. As they may be hindered here. Skull Merchant certainly has haste. And that's the hook she needed. Very good stuff. And hopefully still plenty of opportunities to get thwack intel down the line. So time to find Kate Denson, who may well just be hiding in a locker here. May have the notion that this is a hatch game. Any doors nearby? Just need one door or one dropped pallet to kick. Alas, they may have all gone. Oh, there's one over here. Okay. Oh, won't be necessary. There's the unhook. Unstectability to head back. Maybe thwack. Why not? They're both there. The unstectability is passed. As that doesn't hit. Sprint burst deny. You've got to get Nia back on the hook. It's that simple. Again, you really can't have the Death Hook survivor here and give Nia the easy opportunity for hatch, especially considering how important this matchup is and elimination being on the line. No pallet. Oh, there is a pallet. Good stun from them. well played there. The drone's gone. There's the unstactability. Good play from them. Very good play from them. This should be okay, though. Kick here. They won't be able to get the hugest amount of distance. They'll get to the window. Don't anticipate this fault. That's okay from Skull Merchant. It does push them back to the room where the pallet is gone. Dead Hard probably not in play. Well, actually, certainly not in play if it's Sprint Burst. There's the hook. Okay. Oh, and intel. She's remembered she has a phone. She's used it to locate Kate Denson. And it may now be coming to a close, unless they are actually still able to get this unhook, which it looks like they might, unfortunately. Yeah, it'll be a trade, but it does put Hatch into play here for them. As this will be dead hard, remember? Okay, never mind. Good God, I'm tall. Right, well that's tough though. That's very tough. They've maneuvered themselves into a situation where Hatch is a possibility. And there's nothing that Skull Merchant can do with regards to predicting it. There is no killer shack here. Can you get some early intel on Nia Carlson? Yes, that's huge. Oh, they've got themselves a heal. They've got themselves a heal. This is so gutting. Okay, no pallets here, right? Wrong. They'll get one right there. They go back, getting the kick. Just using the aura reading, see where they're going. Good hit. Oh, but this could still be heartbreak for Skull Merchant. You've allowed them to traverse a fair chunk of the map here. You do get them around this pallet at least. They go around it, and it's no dead hard, so it's a 4K. Good game from Skull Merchant. GG. In the end, really did limit how much of the map they could search. It was a pretty well-played hatch denial kind of game. I wonder where it was. I fear we may never know. Oh, there it was. Slap bang in the middle. Right by the hook, in fact. Goodness me, that could have been bad. Alright, GG. What that means is, with apologies to Twins fans, Twins are eliminated. Twins are eliminated. All Twins can do now is match the 4K. If they get the draw, both Skull Merchant and Twins are eliminated. If they get less than the 4K, Skull Merchant is not yet eliminated, still has a chance. So, we will be saying goodbye to Victor and to Charlotte, but they can still play spoiler for the Skull Merchant's campaign. Twins on Bad Omen. It's a bittersweet game for Twins. They are eliminated from playoff contention. They can only get the 4K to salvage the draw here. I'm fine, Victor, go on a patrol. Still something to play for. Playing spoiler to Skull Merchant's campaign. If they get all 12 hooks here, that'll be a draw, and not only Twins, but also Skull Merchant will be out. There's loads of folks here looking to get a pallet out there. Is able to do so. The blind is fine. Ace still in the house there, as there is another Lara looking to provide support for him. Heading to Shack. Gets there. Oh, just runs into maybe a set of tyres there. Do they burn Shack pallet? They do not. Big opportunity. Big opportunity. There's the dying state. Very good stuff. There could be someone hanging around for a potential torch. Say, just waiting for a double beat and you get it. That's Cheryl. Cheryl doesn't have a torch. Maybe a toolbox, but there's only one place that Charlotte's going right now, and that's basement. So there goes Victor. Okay. So now has Pop Goes Weasel, has Oppression, has Eruption. Certainly needs to find a way of kicking a gen, the gen that was moving, the only gen that she knows was moving. Here's the one upstairs. It has a lot of progress. Is she going to be able to stop it? Ace Visconti is injured, so probably not going to commit to it too much. Oh, sprint burst there is gutting. No matter. Gets the kick. Does Ace drop down? No, so still up here. Oh, and just plays it a bit too greedily there. And unless there's someone here for a pallet save, it'll be another hook. Great stuff here from Twins. Nervous, nervous faces among the Skull Merchant entourage here, let me tell you. Okay, maybe Charlotte gonna stick by the gem right here for a potential kick again if they should stop it regressing. Gonna send out Victor. See if anyone else can be discovered here. As there was a base with unhook, presumably. No gem movement here. Gem movement here. Oh, unfortunately, they just complete it. It was a toolbox from Cheryl, so they were looking for a way to get the Sabo. Good to know there. Good to know. As there's the unhook. An ace. Who got the unhook and where have they gone? It's a great question. At the moment, Charlotte's very happy. Okay, fair enough. Charlotte's very happy to wait out the 15 seconds without that intel, but there is the intel. There's Dwight. Click of the torch. I understand that's oi. Don't go after them, come after me. Respect it. Respect it a great deal. Good play from Victor. And the unfortunate thing for Twins here, it doesn't feel like it's been a tremendously bad campaign for them. It feels like they've been playing okay. It feels like Victor has been pretty accurate, more accurate than other tournaments. But maybe just some poor luck going their way, not quite getting the results that they need. Okay, just keeping Victor as possibly a sentry. Here as Charlotte heads off, looking for a Jen's kick, finds one here. Someone did run off behind the school. Oppression could be very interesting. Aha. Lone skill check over here, so this Gen's also moving. As off goes Cheryl. So someone ran past Victor. Oof. But they've been scared away. Very interesting. Ninja Party are still in Shack. Or around Shack. Okay, no idea where they were. Going for the pallet here. Do they drop immediately? They do. That's like saying a big, big, big eruption hit. Very good for Twins there. Aha, but they of course do get the upstairs gen in the house. The one that Charlotte was not able to locate. Is this going to be Ace? Still hanging around here. Tough to say. Maybe not a great location for Charlotte to put herself. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. It's the unhook here. They healed up. Do they get the gen? There's a bit of gen movement. There's a little bit of gem movement, and there's Dwight. Great game this from Victor. Not making a single mistake. Oh, was there scratch marks and bloodstains? An injured party up ahead. Ace Visconti. Moving away. Oh, big hesitation there. They've got sprint burst, so it will not be dead hard. And another dying state. And another hook, barring a torch save. Good stuff. Good stuff. Alright. Decent game so far. Needs to think of a way of getting someone out. Maybe coming back, focusing Ace could be a good call after the unhook. As just seeing possibly Dwight on the periphery. And it's good from Victor again. Good patience. Very clean. I'm just going to go and take that hook. Doesn't feel the need to go right in on Ace Visconti just yet. Maybe first. It could be worth getting Pop Goes a Weasel out there, doing the little things right. Now, this could be scary. This could allow someone else to come in for the save, but you do have Victor standing guard right there. So hopefully, no chance of that sort of thing. And it will be a hook. Dwight second. Okay. Oh, big movement over here. Are they going to complete this gen? No, they're not. Wow. Oh, Cheryl might. Oh, does. That is gutting. She's not going to be happy with Ace there. She's not going to be happy at all that Ace came off the gen so willingly. Okay. Not 100% sure what that was about as Ace Visconti DCs. There is still a survivor around. That's Cheryl. They've actually gone the other way and they're just gone. They're just out of there. Okay. Very, very peculiar stuff. It will be a 3-survivor game, but there's still hope for Skull Merchant here. Skull Merchant, who'll be rooting for anything other than a 4K. He'll be rooting for someone to escape. Because depending on how far along these gens are, there is movement down here. This could still be really, really tough for twins. Again, great patience from Victor. Victor's been performing so well this game. There's been no criticisms to be had in that regard. Good play from Charlotte. What did you do to Victor, she says, and then gets a dying state. Lovely. I mean, this is Badham, though, so a very annoying trek to get to the hook over here. It will be a 1-gen game. Every chance as well that Cheryl is on this downstairs gen. Oh, she's just healed, so maybe she was actually repairing the gen with Dwight. Could still be worth it to check. Okay, nothing here. Gonna go back to Charlotte. Knowing what she now knows, it seems likely that Dwight and Cheryl were healing close to the gen they completed over here. Gonna try and locate them. Could be a little bit more gen movement downstairs, you know. There's the unhook. There's Cheryl. There's the injury. But Cheryl, the only survivor left who isn't on death hook, that'd be a almost uniquely bad chase to be taking there. As there was a heartbeat right here there, Cheryl. And clinical Victor strikes again. Marvellous work. Again, not the ideal person to find, but a hook is a hook, and it will slow them down just a little bit. Again, no heartbeat from Victor should mean no pallet save. Unlikely that a death hook survivor would even risk the pallet save in this situation. As there's Dwight. Gets the blind. Okay. The quick unhook there is quite something. Drops the pallet. Vaults immediately. Good decision there. Then runs right past the gen that Lara was trying to repair. Victor up ahead. Big opportunity now. Big opportunity. Need to close down one chase and get one survivor out of this. And will. Okay. Gonna set Victor up close to the dying state. 2 killer instincts there. They'll be looking for a way of denying this hook. They won't find it. Oh, hang on. Oh, they just got. There they are. Oh, goes for it. Won't make it happen. It will be 2 survivors. Dwight's still going for that blind. If he's not careful, it will soon be 1 survivor. Bringing in Victor. Bringing in the reinforcements. He's been so good all tournament long. Oh, not able to find a way over the pallets. But here comes Charlotte. No dead hard dying state. Okay. So here's the hope for Skull Merchant. Skull Merchant is hoping that Cheryl can find Hatch. But in fact, there were injury noises for Cheryl. Right there. Still going to play it safe. Still going to ensure that hatch is shut. And then maybe go on the gate patrol. You really don't want adrenaline here, and it isn't adrenaline. Keeping Victor there as well, just in case Cheryl runs past and gives some killer instinct there. Okay. So, if Cheryl opens the gate and leaves, Skull Merchant is not yet eliminated. If Twins secures the 4K, Skull Merchant is out. Those are the stakes that we're talking about right here. And the gates are not good. The gates are not favourable. I'm going to send out Victor for maybe a slightly faster patrol here. The gates are very unfavourable indeed. Although from Victor's vantage point, maybe not quite as easy. Oh, here they are. Going for the crush, not going to get it. Can Victor get one last pounce in? Oh, the frames. Oh, the frames. The frames denying Victor there where no one else could. What a shame. It won't have too much of a bearing, and assuming the hook is made, Skull Merchant is also out. It's a bloodbath in Group A. Twins matches Skull Merchant's 12 hooks. Skull Merchant gets a draw, Twins gets the draw. Skull Merchant on a total of 35 hooks, Twins on a total of 34. They each have 2 points apiece. We'll just highlight all of this. They are each eliminated. They each only have one more game to play in round 5. They could get a maximum of 3 points from that. 5 points total. That would not be enough to get 3rd place. They're both done. Next up, it will be Blight versus Plague. And Blight won't be eliminated yet with a loss. But if Blight loses, and then Houndmaster gets a win or a draw, Blight will be out. So really needs 3 points here, does Blight, to keep Destiny in his own hands, at least for now. Meanwhile, Plague is currently sitting pretty at the top of Group A, would look to solidify that lead. Blight, on 3 points currently, isn't immediately eliminated with a loss, but he is falling behind in Group A and needs to pull something out of the bag here. And he's just not been performing well. Some killers have been unlucky with their results, not Blight. Not Blight. He's had really, really bad games, but that's a good start. That's a better start than we've seen from Blight pretty much all tournament long, and it'll be a nice early dying state on Hanato there. Okay, as there is a no Mither gamer as well. Maybe the stars are aligning for Blight as Hanato DCs. It's the same Hanato that we saw in the Skull Merchant game, possibly. Regardless, they're not interested in participating in this one any further. As there's Vittorio, opportunity for a chase here. They'll probably bring the pallet down. They don't. Wow, that's a free hit for Blight. You really want to take advantage of range, speed from Blight with these situations. Is it bounce landing? It is. Can he deny it? Yes. Very good work from Blight. Diagnosing the situation, seeing its bounce landing, pivoting to the rush, and making a very good play there. And a basement hook to boot. Well, I mean, where was this Blight earlier in the tournament? At the very least, we're not seeing the signs of life after he's been eliminated. He does have a chance, and if he can win his final 2 games, he'll be on 9 points, and that probably would be enough. So there's a chance for Blight. And the Blight team will be loving what they're seeing from him so far. Goes back to the Ironworks he goes. Still searching for no Mither Kate Denson here, as there's Hanato the bot. Also a really good opportunity to get rid of the bot here, but will be looking for Pentimento. And taking on the bot here. Gets the injury, the bot very kindly stopping their moves to allow Blight to get the hit. Blood Favor in play, these pallets all blocked. But the range speed is just such, they might still be able to get to another one. Nope. Not with the rush in play, they won't. Okay, this is great stuff from Blight already. And to add to all of this, he also has one stack of Pentimento already out there. So the gens nicely stalled out as well with that. And with Ruin. Taking an early swing to get back into basement as quickly as possible. There's Talita. Blood Favor. Looking for that 5th rush there. Will this be another balanced? It is, but here's the rush. Oh, used the tree well there. That's unfortunate. And Blood Favor is gone. Good play from Blight. Okay. Basically made that a 50-50, knowing that he wasn't going to get the hit while walking at range speed. Moved away from the tile and asked a question of them. Said, can you guess which way I'm going to go? They couldn't. Blood Favor means that you can walk under the pallet, and that'll be another basement hook for Blight here. Good stuff. Good stuff. No Salt Circle as well. The notion that maybe Nomai the Kate Denson was bringing an invocation or two. Not the case. Not the case. Away he goes. Is there movement there? No. None whatsoever. Getting all the way over to this gem, which was a pressure point before, but isn't anymore. Yeah, if they were moving that, they probably would have got Pentimento already, right? And things are looking very, very quiet for the team right now. Bit of movement here. Kate Denson! Oh, but they got sprint burst. No mind the sprint burst. Fascinating. Light kicks will get the rushes back. Could be in a great position here. Oh. Alright, not his finest move. Trying to find a way of breaking the pallet at close range. Actually a little bit tougher than you might imagine, I promise you. Going back around. Or could be the M1. It is! Wow. I said could be the M1. I honestly didn't expect it. There, especially with that range speed. But gets the hit. And heading back to Shaq. Ooh, that's fully regressed. Okay. Where's this bot? This bot really could be the key to the kingdom for Blight right now. If you can find a way of getting the bot out of here. Death Hook bot already injured. That could immediately swing the game back in Blight's direction. Feels like a very cagey game, doesn't it? Not a lot of movement, really anywhere. As there is Torio. And there's the unhook. And there's the bot. Okay, massive. Who does unfortunately get healed, but still a big opportunity here for a dying state as they go sprint burst, presumably. Okay. Gonna get the endurance hit. Why not? Force them to mend. Oh, as it's a good dead heart from the bots. Okay, so that's what Hanato was hiding all this time. It does mean at least no balanced landing here. So, dying state and very kindly moves away from the pallet. No point in basement hook here. It's the final hook for Hanato bot. As there goes Pentimento. 4 gens left, 6 hooks accrued. Still plenty of time for Blight to make some moves. Okay. So Kate Denson has entered the dying state with deep wound. Somewhere over here. They can recover themselves again. Damn, not quite discovered. It was right here where the locker is, but they are in a dying state. But there has been a visual bug where they've been in the locker while in the dying state. Clearly not on this occasion. How peculiar. How strange. Okay. Ooh. Says Vittoria. Should be the rush here, the hit. Balance landing there. lines around Shag in this direction. Takes a line over yonder. Oof. Oh, decent prediction from Blight, but not quite landing the hit there. So there's a totem. Oh, could be the M1. Could be the M1. Oh, just getting caught on the tree. What a shame. Got to be a drop. Big opportunity here. Just finding these corners, Vittorio. Got to be careful if you Blight. You do get these situations where suddenly the survivors remember how to play, and you could be seeing that with Vittorio right now, but I don't believe he can make this. He maybe could have felt it. Alright. Well, that took a little bit longer than the previous 6 hooks, but there's hook number 7. Still not too worried. 4 gens remaining. 3 survivors and all that. There was gen movement here. This Ruin is gone. Blood Fever's still up. Blood Fever has been very, very good for Blight so far this game. There's a bit of movement here, but not too much. There's the unhook. Very cagey, very, very cagey kind of game. Just heading back to where he knows there are survivors. Next, there's Kate Denson. Got to be the drop, yeah. Makes a lot of sense. Looking for the rush right there, but didn't quite have it, unfortunately. Oh, just got pushed into the nook of the wall. The hit does not register. There's the dying state. Nomai the Sprint Burst is very interesting. You see a lot of Nomai the Dead Hard. Not a ton of Nomai the Sprint Burst, but that's what Kate is running, so no issues with waiting out Dead Hard on that one. Been a long game. The survivors haven't really threatened the victory here, but they have prolonged things in a big way. There's another unhook. Again, just making sure that Blight goes wherever the survivors are as gem pops. Can't get too comfortable here. Can't get too tremendously comfortable. All it takes is another gen to pop, and then all of a sudden the end game may beckon. Lost wherever they were. There's an opportunity for Pentimento up here, or maybe go and get that in play. Now, just need to find Kate or Vittorio, make it a 2-survivor game, and then everything will fall into place thereafter. Looking for the rekindle. Heading to Shack. There's Vittorio, okay. Exactly what he needed. And sometimes the only recourse for the survivors is to try and frustrate the killer. Hope that they get the kills to make mistakes. That's definitely what these survivors are doing, playing a stealthy game. Good play. It was actually Blood Favor, so maybe didn't need quite as spectacular a mind game as that, but if it works, it works. 2 survivors left. And you really are hoping to find Dalita now. Before you find Kate. Whether they'll be at all interested in moving the gens is another matter entirely. Big movement there. That's Kate, unfortunately, but can't be too choosy about who he goes after, I suppose, here. Bringing down the pallets. Just waiting for the rushes to come back. Here is Blight. And decent lines from Kate. Ooh. Until the lines were not decent at all. As there goes Dalita, okay. Well, Blight's got the dying state now, so has to take the hook and play into hatch. shouldn't be too much of an issue. Certainly has the speed to get over there and to deny them. Keeping an eye on them if they may be approaching from any place in particular. Shuts it and away he goes. Right. Been a good performance, but there's still work to do. If the leader were to leave, it would turn a 12-hook game into a 10-hook game. And that really might not be enough. As there are scratch marks, and there's the leader, and there's the injury, and that'll be GG. Well played. Very well played. And that's the Blight that we've not been seeing all tournament long. And he will at least get 1 point. He'll be hoping for all 3. Plague. Plague here has had such a good tournament. Win after win after win. Has only dropped 1 hook through the first 3 games. Looking to continue that run of form right here. She gets a gen infected. Looking to spread some infection that way. Oh. And there's some intel. It's Kate Denson. Could theoretically be the same Kate who was running No Mither on the previous game, you know? Same cosmetic. Who can say? Who can say? If so, they'll be very upset that they got rid of No Mither, because No Mither would have been pretty amazing against Plague here. Just loses track of them, they get a bit of distance. As, do not fear the lawnmowers. The lawnmowers are here. They'll hopefully be gone soon. This is an overlong chase for Plague. Might have to pivot elsewhere now. As Hattie is fully infected, had to be from the gens. They have to be over here, the only other gen that Plague has infected. Gets a good drop on them. They should have a pallet. They run through. No, they don't. They come back from the stun. Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. So they go window. They do. They do. So that should be the dying state. Okay. Right. Well, I mean, that was not the quick start to which we've become accustomed from Plague, but they do get it done. Will be pain res. Would have been great to have got that before that gem popped, but no dice. As away goes Dustin. Oh, and an injured party. Kate Denson around main. Moving around. Do they anticipate what Plague's doing? Not quite. Not quite. So a decent opportunity here for her. Get the vault here. Keeps on running. Get the vault there as well. Bloodlust, very important here. There's the vault, there's the pallet. Do they burn it? Oh, they don't. Good restraint from them. And if they're going to burn it, you want them to be on the other side. Thing is, how tall Plague is. Yeah, they can really diagnose what she's doing, and main building on Swamp has claimed another, I fear. She's got to get out of there. Oh god, that isn't a path through. Confusing tile. That's infected, don't need to do anything more there. As scratch marks heading this way. Well, this has been a very ineffective start from Plague, not really controlling the game in the way that she would have liked. There could be movement on a great slew of gems that she's not been able to check on yet. So there's the vaults. No, was that a fake? Or maybe like a quick double back from Hattie. Good stuff from her in any case. That will be the dying state. Here in Locker Corridor. Fear a bit ahead on here for sure. Thankfully nothing of the sort. Second hook for Hattie. But the hooks not coming as thick and fast as she would have liked. And remember, it has to be the 4K for Plague. Nothing else will do. Brilliant game from Blight. Okay, regression in there. Looking for the infection on Dustin. Just gets it. A little bit more for good measure. Oh, Plague actually took a really bad line. Yep. And Dustin will go all the way around. Can she maybe subvert their expectations here? How close is Kate? There's Dustin. A little bit more infection out there. Got to get this regressed. Doubling back. Kate may have overplayed her hand a little bit there. There's the vault. And finally, a dying state on Kate. All it took was the confusing factor of Dustin Henderson around Maine to bring that chase to a close. Really hoping for pain res, because you know Dustin's going to get back on that gen as soon as possible. Oh, they get a different one. Can't afford another gen to pop here. Gets pain res, very important. Okay. And heading back up to Maine. And trying to find Dustin here. So gen is still regressing. Good stuff. There's bada bing, bada boom. Basically chemical trap from Vaults right there from Dustin. Oh, poor line from him. Unfortunately, we'll still get to the Vault. The trap on the Vault now gone. Ooh, little fake out there. Might have had the Vault straight up if he'd committed. He doesn't. It'll be another dying state. Unfortunately, way too ambitious to go for pain res here. Gonna have to take a normal hook. Azezi on hook. Could it be time for Corrupt Purge? Maybe not. Feng Min should be get aboard the M1. And this will be the third pain res stack. Very important there. Okay, so it's taken a while, but Plague may start to have momentum here, starting to get the upper hand on this game. Okay, they've just seen what Plague was doing, so maybe that could have gained some distance. They've still not been able to stop this gem regressing. There's two people here. That does mean that Hattie has free reign to work on other gens. As Dustin is somewhere around here. And Kate is very confident around these tiles. Dustin hasn't had the same level of confidence, so maybe that would be a better chase. As he just heads off to a vague approximation of Comp Corner here. There's literally no hook for him as it stands, so maybe slugging. Yeah, until they get the unhook here. And then coming back for the hook on Dustin. Okay, and this will be the fourth and final pain res. Unfortunately, as we anticipated, Hattie is moving gens over there, so we'll pop another. And it is a shame how the game has now been localized to main building. She's not doing badly with main building now. She is getting hooks, but it's not the ideal venue for your chases if you Plague, as someone will be able to get the unhook here as well. He'll go for it. Should be a trade. Should be a trade. Could be dead hard. Oh, it is. A dead hard can be a little bit weird with Plague. The animations can sometimes override one another, and you're not quite able to diagnose was that or wasn't that a dead hard. On that occasion, no worries. Bit of movement up there, not a huge amount. It's a bit more right here. Hattie's not been on this one. Hattie wants to remain uninfected, so they're going to commit to gens which have no infection on them, and that'll be this one, and they actually may be able to commit to it here. But the infection might push them away. Yeah, they're not going back on it. That's good news. But she really needs to find a way of getting someone out of this game. I think it really is a game where the survivors holding off on cleansing has worked out well for them. There's only a few corrupt purge possibilities for Plague, and none of them in truly convenient locations. Could have got that one there, maybe. But all the while, the survivors gaining distance, getting away. It's the wheezing and hacking of Dustin Henderson. As Haddy gets back on this gen, Plague may have to go back. I think this game is a failure of map control. Maybe not a failure of mechanics. I think the chases have been fine. Some overlong situations around main building for sure, but who among us has not taken an overlong chase on main on swamp? But just not been able to get anyone out of the game. Good stuff from the team as well, taking aggro only among those who can take aggro, who are able to take aggro. Was a survivor on this gen. Getting away with good time as well. Kate Denton has been a constant thorn in Plague's side. So right now, it just seems like Light is going to be taking home all 3 points, unless Plague has a fantastic endgame. And obviously he does have a lot of injuries here. Oh, and that's such a huge dying state. But it's the one person who could afford to take a hook. That's Kate Denton, and there goes final gen. Okay, so not entirely sure which gen popped. It's likely to be the Jetty gen off to the right. 2 lights. There's the third. They won't quite get the gate. They know that. They come off the gate early. That gate won't be 99, so that gate will be like 90. You would imagine. Could this make a dying state happen? No. Good play from Fung. Keep on going. Someone else can get on the gate behind, you would imagine. Get another pallet here. They're all going to come down now. Oh, big play from Plague. Okay, so getting a hook. But the gate's open. And the moment someone leaves, it will be the loss for Plague. 3 points going the way of Light. And that makes Group A incredibly interesting. Plague really could have shut the door here and all but confirmed their participation in the playoffs. Hasn't been able to do so. GG. Just 9 hooks. In the end, spread them out too evenly. So Blight keeps his tournament hopes very much alive with a clutch 4K there. It's been a faltering campaign for Blight, but nothing wrong about the way he handled that game. Plague not able to get any points at all. Okay. Houndmaster versus Xenomorph. And whoever gets the win here is going to take top spot in Group A. If it's a draw, Xenomorph goes on top. Fascinating matchup here. Fascinating group here. We'll go over to Houndmaster. RPD.
There be filthy rats out and about.
Houndmaster. Whoever wins here will be in a very, very, very strong position indeed. For her part, Houndmaster is hoping it'll be her. There's Vittorio behind, who vaults. Gives away an injury there. That is a gift that Houndmaster is absolutely going to take advantage of. Here, waiting for Snug to be in play. There Snug is. Not a great search path, hoping for the speed boost to help in the chase here, but not going to get it. Windows blocked now. Big opportunity for Houndmaster. A well-timed chase could be in play. Could be very important here. And it connects. Drop the pallet. Do they vault? They do not. Do they vault on the second time? They do. Okay. And hopefully no angle for a torch save here. So this should be the first hook. Can it be pain res? It can. It can. Oh, it can. Okay, pain res hook. Before a single gem pops. That's very, very good. You know there's movement up here and down here. In fact, Jagged Compass just switched from that gen to that gen. So that would have been pain resed. This would not have, presumably. Has a little bit of movement. They're moving upstairs gen again. Gonna try and send Snug up there. Able to do so. Scratch marks up ahead. 11 fleeing the scene. Has a window. Doesn't take the injury. What a shame, but there is someone who was moving the gen. Okay, so Handmaster able to get a couple of bits of aggression out there. Really swung the game back in her direction with those moves. Has no quarter as well for the longer lunge, if that's something that interests you. It certainly will interest her.
Fine.
Trying to get Snug ahead. Ideally wanted to send Snug a little bit further, but certainly will be closing the gap to a certain degree with that move. As away goes Shane, and Snug just not playing ball on that one.
Fine.
And Snug actually takes a really helpful line there, so this will be a speed boost. Directly back to Shane. Someone else in the vicinity as well. Handmaster pivoting. As they have the pallet, it's Vittorio again. And there is the injury. Didn't necessarily want to go after the same survivor, but also won't say no. Here as Snug is back.
Loyal one, aren't you?
The chase could be in play. Oh, not quite able to connect. Maybe on this occasion, no, but Vittorio's line might still allow the M1. 11 comes to the rescue. Makes a lot of sense. Okay, there's the hit. Chance for another bit of gen progression. That gen's moving a great deal. That's a scary amount of movement on that gen. Hopefully it means that no other gens are moving to any great degree. As it is. Another 11, healthy 11. Who gets the pallet, gets the blind. Okay. Try and put some pressure back on the upstairs gen. Meanwhile, checking on the downstairs gen, getting the pallet kicked. Bit of a shame. Bit of a shame. Would have been hoping for more from that entire situation. Was able to get a little bit of a speed boost from the search trail. Chases out there. Connects. They're not going to get the pallet. That'll be an injury. They're staying here as well. Wow, that could be a huge issue. So close. What a shame. They get the blind eventually. Large gen movement here. I mean, it is still a 5-gen game.
Fine, you rat.
And no killer instinct to be seen. No quarter is in effect. Will the lunge work out for her here? No. 11 wise to it, brings the pallet down. As a gem pops and a second follows. This is really tough, just not able to find that decisive finishing touch here to get the dying state she really sorely needs.
Fine, you rat.
There's a search path again. Speed, there's 11 volts, moves around. Big opportunity here. How quickly can you get the chase out there? Immediate stun. Good play from 11, has to be said. As they turn the corner, do they make a mistake and vault early? Yes, they do. Wow. They were not ready for that in any sense. As other 11 looking for a blind, not going to get it. This will be a hook. No angle there, thankfully. And the chase connects here. Not a bad redirect with Snark, but 11 wise to it. Which way are they going to go? Over yonder. Decent search path. It's the injury. Nice. Very good use of the search path. The long lunge getting the goods. So someone looks like they may be moving down the stairs to come in for the unhook. Oh, good positional play here. Hold on. They did double back, surely. Maybe not. There they are. Okay. The snug connect. Not quite. And that's not going to do anything, unfortunately. It does push Vittorio away from the unhook, but presumably Shane is there to pick up the slack. Snug does connect. Injury on Vittorio confirmed. He heads downstairs. Search path here could be good. Gets the haste. Will that mean that she beats Vittorio to the pallet? Oh, it was an ambitious move, wasn't it? Oh my god. This is really tough here. Good hit. There's a pallet. There's a dying state. Okay. So, 3 hooks and 3 gens remaining. There's the intel jagged compass. Can Snug find a way to get into that gen? Yes. But too late. The killer instinct should still be pretty helpful here. Oh, it's going to be very helpful. There's Shane. Be a decent opportunity for a chase there after. Vaults a pallet, moves around, heads upstairs. Still 2 pain res tokens left, with 2 gens remaining. That's going to be very, very, very important. Can Snug find a way through? Not quite. Try and just follow up with an M1, catch them sleeping, but not this team. Not this time. Shane. Look for the window. Oh, that's an incredible dodge there. Good awareness. Trying to get the fake, doesn't get it. Should be forced to bring the pallet down here. Nearly didn't. And gotta leave now. Gotta leave now. It's 11 just following Houndmaster. This 11's been very, very, very aggressive looking for the torch save, and that may have meant that the gens haven't been moving as much as they could. If this could be a closed down chase right now, what a situation that could be. Snug! Oh. Finding a way to not get the connection. Gotta get the stun out there. Okay, and just was not going to vault in any way. Paymez is a little bit distant, but should be makeable. But the gen pops. There's the furthest long gen, which has been hit by pain res. Now, depending on how far along this is, that's pretty far. In fact, that probably was going to pop in the next 5 seconds if it were not for pain res there. So a spot of luck for Houndmaster. This is Vittorio. Seeing a lot of Vittorio this game, but not enough to get him out of the trials. 11 takes a hit. Could the chase be on here? There's another gem pops. I mean, that is gutting. That is gutting, and 4 hooks right now. Unlikely to be enough, you'd imagine.
Find your rat.
As that is not the search path the Houndmaster wanted, and gotta kick this pallet.
Hurry! Find your rat.
99 gate, they're all here. Well, there could be an opportunity on 11 here. They go for the blind. They'll need some heal tech going on. Oh, they don't do it. Wow. Oh, the blind could be in play. It is. GG. What a shame. What a shame. Okay, GG. Damn. Looking for more on the exit line there. Couldn't quite get it. Hawkins for Xenomorph here. 4 hooks to beat. You never want to preempt anything, but especially with a no-mither survivor, the leader there. It does seem very doable, doesn't it? Down she goes, into the tunnel. Looking for footsteps, finds them, and she's away. Wrong button. Wrong button for the emergence again. That's been happening a little bit. Might not be a huge issue yet, but something to look out for in the future. And with that mistake, I think actually lost the opportunity of taking the survivors by surprise in the way she would have liked. Trying to make the M2 happen there, didn't need to. Just going to go M1 there after that mistake. So there's a big opportunity! Oh, that's huge from Xenomorph. Not sure what was going on there. Claudette doing a little spin rather than getting distance after the M1, and that will allow for a nice early basement hook down here. Good stuff, and a quarter of the way there to 4 hooks, 20% of the way there to 5. Good start for Xenomorph. So his gem movement over yonder, that's Alien Instinct. They're getting a flame turret out there, okay. Some good intel. Not going to use Pop Goes Weasel on the upstairs gen. Xenomorph won't be too worried about that gen popping. If that gen pops early, usually it's a pretty good thing for the killer. So just going to kick this gen. Maybe a bit of a waste of Pop Goes Weasel, but we'll at least be keeping a gen under pressure. And that is the Nomai the Survivor, Thalita. And this is a huge opportunity for another quick dying state here, as they get a fair bit of distance there. Right, but catching up to them. Slowly but surely. M2 could have been on the table there. Didn't go for it. Oh, and does well to get the hit, despite them simply running through the pallet. So, 2 hooks obtained. Still not a gen popping. Never mind. Sentences said moments before disaster. There they go. Right, 2 gens have popped. And ain't that just the way? M1 on Claudette, who does another spin. They're really not getting the value out of their injury speed that they otherwise could be. They just keep on moving here. They do. There they are. They just spotted Xenomorph, unfortunately. So Xenomorph not quite able to take advantage. Brings another pallet down. You may want to head elsewhere now if you're Xenomorph. Maybe even back to the hook or checking out this gen. Yeah, there's movement on this gen. Can she get here in time with Pop Goes the Weasel? She can. Just. That was close. And... oh. Setting up shop by the flame turret. Taking the injury so that the turret can do its thing. It's a bold play. Will it work out? No. But it's a bold play. And, you know, there's room for a little bit of boldness in DBD. I've certainly not seen that strategy before. Please take me, but let the flame turret live. Fair enough, okay. Heading over to the Alien Instinct. Oblivious. Survivor. There's an injury on Arella Rose, trying to get to the pallet. Will they make it? They drop it immediately. M2 connects. This is a clinic from Xenomorph, and assuming no blind here, it will be the draw confirmed, and with 3 gens still remaining. It does seem rather difficult. To see a way that Houndmaster comes out of here with the draw. There was someone just chilling by the hook here. They now get the unhook. And desperately trying to run interference here. Endurance hit there. Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. Body blocking rather aggressively there, and Xenomorph will just commit to this chase. Could be DS. Although if it's DS, are you going to pre-drop that pallet? Probably not. Let's see. Is it Decisive Strike? It isn't. Gotta be careful about taking the hits afterwards. And this will be 3 points for Xenomorph. So what that means is Xenomorph has not clinched a playoff position. But they are, for all intents and purposes, through to that round of 16. They'll be on 10 points, and I just don't think it's... I think it's very, very unlikely that 10 points will not be enough in this tournament. So, good stuff from Xenomorph. Houndmaster will look to be getting some points out of round 5. Still a decent chance of qualification. But round 4 belongs to the Xenomorph. And now, just a matter of trying to accrue as many hook statuses as you can. As Nancy Wheeler should be gone now. Was on the gen. Again, playing very aggressively. And that'll be a 3 survivor game. Claudette here. Not going to bring the pallet down. What's going on in this turret? It's a great question. Not entirely sure. And turret up ahead. Get rid of that. Claudette moves into the room. And keeps on going. Good line from Claudette. Another flame turret. Starts walking. Then starts running again. That will close the gap for sure. Big gem moving off to the right. Maybe it could be time for a pivot. There's Arella. Why not get the pop result to pick out there? Maybe a bit of a conservative play there when there were opportunities to maybe get another hook quite quickly. There might not be any wrong answers in a situation like this. That'll be another hook. It does seem rather tough for them now, doesn't it? With how this game has gone. Ooh, there is a survivor. Right by this generator. Xenomorph emerges. Oh. Flame turret again. They've certainly got a lot of flame turrets out there. How effective those flame turrets have been is a different matter. Just listening for maybe some injury noises out there. Oh, scratch marks. Hold on, hold on. Heading this way, in fact. Okay. A very clutch discovery there that will hopefully speed this game along a little bit. There's the hook. And scratch marks heading this way. And then what do? They walk around here, maybe? Oh. Hold on, did we see something? There's been an epidemic of not seeing survivors in front of the killer's face on this map. I fear there may have been such a situation right there as there's a quick unhook. Oh, footsteps right here. They're going to go for the flame turret, presumably. Nice state there. Is it going to be DS? If you're running no Mither, you might enjoy a bit of DS here. No, wow. No DS and no Mither. And then there were two. No one injured, so no intel from Alien Instinct. Alas. Swing by the upper gen here. There they are. GG. Oh, hang on, because there's intel on Claudette, and you maybe prefer the idea of chasing the survivor with only one hook to try and maximize potential unhooks down the line. Oh, what a guess. What a guess. Knew they had to be somewhere around here. And then brief intel on where Umbrella may be. There they are. They're oblivious. It's Alien Instinct, and it's looking for all the world like it might be the 4K. GG. GG. And that is classic Xenomorph right there. Top work. Alright. The 12-4 victory. Xenomorph gets the... Whoa, hang on, what have I done? What have I done? Go back. Apologies. Xenomorph gets the win there. 38 hooks and 10 points. Houndmaster suffers a second loss. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. You're goddamn right, Xenomorph is through. Our first playoff killer confirmed is Xenomorph. And I don't know why I didn't spot this earlier. But yeah, Houndmaster and Blight are going to be on 6 points apiece. They cannot catch up to Xenomorph, so Xenomorph at worst is going to take second spot in Group A. So Xenomorph has booked their place in the playoffs. Whether that's in first place or in second place remains to be seen. Huge for Xenomorph. Massive for Xenomorph. And I apologise because I was saying that there was no clinch scenario here. There was, and Xenomorph found it. I'm feeling the World Cup rhythm again. I think we do go to Group B now because there's some really interesting situations in Group B as well. So we'll go now to Group B. Clown versus Hag. A win would be so important for both of these killers who are still in contention. Clown has to get the win here. Isn't technically eliminated with a tie, not yet. but it's basically over if he doesn't get 3 points from this game. Looking for a strong start, getting the speed bottle out there. And find someone who'll just take him away from the speed bottle, unfortunately, but he will still take this chase. Speed bottle in the doorway. Looking for the slowness bottle to connect. They bring down the pallet. Gotta be kicking the doors in main. Main can be a real challenge if you don't manage it early. As Nia just runs into the slowness bottle. Opportunity here. Pivots off to the right, to the left, sorry. There is movement upstairs, so Clown might pivot here. Okay. Not the best of starts for Clown, but immediately gets an injury, so things are looking up. As Ace Visconti flees the scene, slowness bottle in the tile. And didn't want to go through the bottle, and in the end, takes a dying state nonetheless. As there goes Nia Coulson up to the gen once more. Bamboozle for Clown here. Questions about the killer's ability to effectively utilize Bamboozle so far this tournament. Clown will be looking to get some repeated value from that perk. Not a bad map for Bamboozle by any stretch of the imagination. As there goes the first gen, unfortunately. Gonna try and put some pressure on them. Reloading on the way. Get a sense of where they went after the gen pop. They could still be hanging around the carnival. As it is home field advantage for Clown here. The carnival as another gen pops. What a shame. And the indecision on where to go after the gen pop before may have really come back to bite Clown on that occasion. So this bottle there. Big opportunity here. Big opportunity, and that will be the dying step. Good management of the double window. That will be Eruption on the middle gen, and that might buy Clown just enough time to get back there. Speed bottle looking for it to hit the doorway. It does. Do they get this gen? Do they get this gen? No, they don't. Okay, massive Clown. Massive, massive. Pop goes a Weasel Kick. There is nowhere to hide. And it's Nia. That looks like the last stand. That looks like the last stand animation there. To me, I could be wrong, but something to look out for, perhaps. Reloading here, coming back to the gen. Getting the speed bottle up top, seeing if there's anyone who got back to the gen. Someone did. They dropped down. Moved all the way around. And it's Nia again. I just can't shake Nia. Nia Coulson certainly can shake Clown, however, has been evading chase pretty much all game long. Doubles back immediately. Good play there. Slowness bottle on the pallet. They'll vault. They've only got one more vault in them. Slowness bottle out the window. And that should pretty much guarantee the M1, you'd imagine. No, it won't. They'll get to the pallet easily, in fact. Bring that down. Clown might have to leave. This is taking way too long. Bit of movement there, not too much. Oh, wow. And all of a sudden, there's the injury, almost out of nowhere. That feels almost scripted, that injury. That feels like they were giving away an injury to keep Clown away from the gen. And that could have been Nia's plan, actually. If so, Clown not going to fall for the bait, going to come back and get the kick. Looking for the aura reading. Gets it. There's also gen movement off to the right, so got to put some pressure on that as well. Ugh. Well, a lot of kicking gens, but not a lot of hooking right now. Nia Coulson's healthy and just feels so comfortable in these loops as Lara gets on the gen again. It does still have Eruption applied to it. This looks like balanced landing for Lara, so she'll get around. Back up to the gen, drops down again. Clown being led on a merry little chase here, but a chase that he's not quite able to close down in any effective way. There's a bottle right there. Re-drop of the pallet. Could be a play made here. Nope, they vault. Good job there. There's a window. Looking for the slowness bottle to go through the window. It doesn't. There's someone on the left-hand side here. That survivor again. It's Nia Coulson. And taking all the wrong chases here, Clown. This is not the Clown to which we've become accustomed. But it's the Clown that we've seen a little bit too much of this tournament. Not been a good tournament for him so far, and this is part of the reason why. Not able to really do anything of note. And this loop, they are absolutely loving. I'm going to try and change it up a little bit. Maybe should have done that much, much sooner. And there they are. Okay. There is the injury. And Hag certainly has not been the strongest competitor so far this tournament. But if it's only 2 hooks for Clown, that will be a very beatable total, and it's a 1-gen game. What on earth has gone on today? This has been absolutely atrocious from Clown. The vaulting for Clown even sees her. She gets the benefit of the speed bottle. Gets the vault again. Will it finally be an M1 here? It won't be. Yeah, they know it. They know it. They know what they're doing, and they know that they are absolutely defeating this Clown right now. Last gen pops. Wow. And we knew there was the capacity for Clown to have a bad game. I don't think anyone really understood just how bad his game could be. There's Ace Visconti, who was one of the few survivors Clown's actually won a chase against, and he finally gets an injury there. Out of bottles, gotta reload. Nothing for the endgame either, so Clown just hoping he can get a hook and then praying for some of the most misguided and poorly handled altruism you've ever seen. As there's a bolt from Ace. Gate is open. As they do vault, and this should be a dying state. It will be. Looking to hook as distantly from the gates as possible. The upstairs hook would work in that regard. Also not body blockable for whoever's looking to make the save. Right, can he guard the hook here? Injury on Lara. Other Lara looking for the unhook, gets it. But a chance for a trade here, but needs to get ahead of Lara. Needs to get ahead of Nia as well. Oh, Nia just able to push him behind the curtain, behind the tent, and that might be it. That might be it. You're just hoping now that Ace Visconti doesn't have endurance any longer. Oh, wow. Gets a dying state on Lara. Heal tech could be in play. Injury there. No one else can heal tech. And there will be the hook. Nia stays in the trial looking for a save. It's going to be really tough to make something like that happen. Oh, just staying perfectly away. And they'll leave. They won't be going for the save in this situation. So it will be... That will end up being 5 hooks for Clown. Oof. Nasty, nasty stuff for him there. Just never really did anything of note. Didn't use the bottles well. Didn't take good chases. Didn't manage the map effectively. A lot of kick perks going to waste there. Didn't use Bamboozle either. Tough stuff. Tough stuff. 5 hooks. Hag. A lowly score of 5 hooks put forward by Clown. Beatable, but nothing ever really seems easy for Hag. It's an interesting opening trap. Away she goes, looking for some early patrols, looking to keep the totems on side as well. Heading all the way over here, likely to be where the survivors have spawned. There's a chance, if they have spawned over here, that they're going to be moving this totem immediately. There's the injury. Ruin in play. And make sure that she can keep this totem on side. Don't want to give away to the survivors that it's there. Maybe just take the injury and move on. As there's also movement in Shack there. This is a tough totem that maybe you're unlikely to see stick around for any length of time. As they both got in one another's way just a little bit there, so they continue to get in one another's way. Injury on Kate as Dwight gets healed up. Fung's moving to the Z wall and moves away from the Z wall. Maybe they'll find another Z wall. They drop the pallet. Should be the M1 for Hag. Oh wow, and Fung stays peripheral, so maybe granting a dying state. Good fake out on the trap there as well. Hag's got new tricks up her sleeve here, it seems, and a decent start. I mean, by Hag standards, that's a blisteringly fast opening hook. Does lose Killer Shack Gen, unfortunately, but 1 hook on the board. Needs to get away as quickly as possible. and try and make sure that you are gaining Devour Hope stacks as quickly as possible, because Devour Hope is something that really does swing this game solidly and squarely in Hag's direction. You'll be hoping to get some repeated value from that. As there's no totem cleansing just yet. Dwight was moving this gen early on. Could have trapped up the hook, actually, in retrospect. Hasn't been able to do so, so won't be getting much value from it, as it is Dwight back on that gen that he was moving earlier. There's the unhook, and the first stack of Devour Hope. Pallet's gone. Dwight goes to the blind, gets it, eventually. Looking to head back. That first gen going for the blind. Takes the stun. A bit too close to the blind there, Dwight. There you go. Interviewing Hag with that one. And he's out of there. He's out of there as Sable gets back on this gen. Keeps on moving to the double window. Some aura reading here. That'll be Undying, presumably. Injury on Sable. No one's touched any of the totems yet. Good news in that regard. Really want to maybe pop a trap down here and get this one controlled. That's what she's going to do. Can't just be trapping totems, though. We also have to put traps in other places to try and get some honest-to-goodness value from those, as there's a blown skill check. Okay, all the totems are trapped. Gem pops off to the left. Seam partner here. Not quite granted the injury there, unfortunately. Going for the blind over the pallet, but the screaming stops them. And they do know that they can just get a quick vault, and Hag rendered completely ineffective in such a situation. However, gets mind gamed on that side of Shack. Talking of mind games, Hag has no idea where she's gone. Teleport. Big opportunity here. They have the pallet here. They'll get it. Another gem pops. Well, none of the totems have been cleansed yet, but nothing else is really happening right now for Hag. Oh, but farm. I'm gonna say almost made a mistake there. Goes to blind again. It's very bold. Very bold. Finds another pallet. Well, at the very least, maybe you could say that Hag is getting pallets out of the game, looking ahead to an endgame situation. Maybe another one thrown there, and all of a sudden it's a one-gen game. Well, this is just really tough. Sprint burst for Sable. Hag not able to follow. She's put down some traps, but I mean, maybe not enough here. Survivor's really having free reign of the map against a very slow killer without currently any mobility to speak of. There's the heal. It's now not even anyone injured. A pallet, but not before an injury. Fun comes in to trade up with the blind there. Really hoping to rediscover the injured party. Sable gets back on the gen. Dwight there as well. They're both committing to that one. Right, and it does have to be traps down all over the place. Dwight runs in to burn the pallet. Doesn't want to go for the trap, so pivots elsewhere. But all the while, you've got folks moving this gen, and this game might begin to move away from Hag. If you're watching this and thinking, they seem fast, no, it's just Hag. The slower the killer, the faster the survivors seem, and I think you're seeing that right there. As the vault into the trap, it's going to be huge here. Oh, and they're not able to bring the pallet down in time. An opportunity. An opportunity here for Hag, but needs to get back to that gen and may lose it in the time it takes to hook. Does so. Does so. It'll be a second hook, and this is going to be really tough now. 5 hooks did not seem like a tall order. Now it looks gargantuan with only 2 hooks approaching the endgame here. But now maybe Hag will benefit from all of the burnt pallets. There's not much in the way of tiles with which to loop her. There's a pallet. Gets that kicked. The unhook has to happen pretty soon. They'll need to start thinking about what gates they're getting and when they get them. As there's Sable on the gate over here. How much progress do they have in that panel? There's the noise. Can you get the injury before it opens? They're going to 99. And of course, they use Sprint Burst to get away. Trap right here. Look for the injury. Gets it. And if Hag can trade and get Sable on a hook, then there could be hope yet. Oh, and they need to activate that trap. There's no way that Hag catches up without the aid of that trap. Okay, okay. Pushing Sable slowly but surely away from the gate. Sable's running to the opposite corner of the map now. This is really, really good. Might be trying to coordinate a hatch escape with the team, however. They might all leave, leaving Sable alone on Shack with a chance of hatch. Let's see how coordinated this effort is. There's a vault. There's a dying state. Huge for Hag. So as it stands, if Hag can secure the kill here, it will be an additional 3 hooks. And that would be enough for the draw. Which is not really what either party needs. What you could do is try and get as far away from the hook as possible. Get the 3rd Devour Hope stack. There it is. Exposed is in play. There's a dying state. Oh, but that is a death hook. And that's not what she needed at all. Now, can she stop them getting over for the gate? Just going to make a beeline right to it. If they're healing on the hook, that would be a huge mistake. Are they likely to be healing on hook? Probably not. Someone's escaped. There's Sable! But there's Kate Denson. Kate Denson would be a huge get. Dying state there. Sable will get out, but this will be enough for the win. It's an additional 3 hooks. It will take her to 6. And Sable presumably going to leave. Presumably going to leave. She does. It's a victory. In the end, it's not even 6, it's 7 hooks. 7 hooks for Hag. So a 7-5 victory, clawed back right at the death. Sensational from Hag, using Devour Hope to secure those all-important final hooks. And Clown is out of there. Clown is eliminated. GG. 7 hooks for Hag. She gets the win that takes her to 6 points. Clown suffers his 2nd loss. And he is eliminated. Eliminated. Even with a win in round 5, Clown could only get 5 points. That would not be enough to leapfrog Hag, Trickster, or Ghosty. He cannot get 3rd place. He's out of there. He's eliminated. He can't reach the playoffs. Mathematically, his tournament will end at group stages. Whew. What a game. What a game. What a game. Right. This could be another clinch situation right here. Ghosty with a win or with a draw, just any points for Ghosty, and he is through to the playoffs, and he's been the surprise of the tournament so far. Executioner is not eliminated with a loss, but his position will be much, much stronger with a win. Wow. Okay, on we go. Ghosty on Mother's Dwelling, 4k, and he is through to the playoffs. Even a point, even a draw would be enough for him. And he's just had such an exceptional tournament so far. You really wouldn't bet against him. Has he been spotted? Around the corner here. No, he hasn't. Oh, denied the grab. Denied the grab. The first few frames of the animation there cruelly taken away. Still, a chance for a decent situation here. We'll get both of the pallets out of there. Oh, and they might give away the dying state here, you know. They will. Wow, they just didn't want to vault. And in the end, good decision from Ghosty to follow them. Hook there. Maybe get rid of one of the pallets. Maybe not too worried about the other one. There's tremors. There's movement upstairs. Oh, gonna get revealed as well. That's such a shame. Fair bit of movement here. There's movement on this gen and movement on this gen. Movement on a spread of gens here. That is a shame. We'll be able to get Pop Goes the Weasel out on this one at least. And also get some aggression on the gen up ahead over here. Looking for an exposed situation if at all possible. Gets them exposed. That's so huge for Ghosty. Wow. Really hoping for a dying state here, but that gen moving a bit too much for him. Gonna get the kick out there. Alec gone immediately. Nowhere to hide. And it was just a decision to be made there. Do you want the dying state or do you want to regress the gen? And Ghosty just deciding the gen regressing is a bit more important. Oh, so there's a huge opportunity here now. They'll be looking for the window. They'll get it. Oh, but Ghosty finds the way to the other window, so he's not going to be able to close that down in the way that we would have liked. Good situation here. And unless they can find something... That's another dying state. Good stuff. What you wouldn't give like a rupture or something for that situation. But no matter. No matter. It will be another hook. Looking for tremors. Middle gen moving. Upstairs gen moving. You want to be stealthy, but you've got to be out of line of sight of the hook survivor to make that kind of play. Getting Pop Goes Weasel out there right now. Okay. Getting stealthy. Is there any movement on the upstairs gen? Right. Now, there is. It's Dwight who was moving that along. Okay. Tough situation. Plenty of avenues from which to reveal Ghosty. And by contrast, not a lot of situations in which you're able to effectively mark as Ghosty. So kind of tough, kind of tough. So there's gen moving over here. The reveal there is fascinating. The reveal from behind the gen and behind the wall. Well, that's quite something. Okay, injury there. Is there anyone else committing to the gen? There is. It's Dalita, so gotta try and push them away here. There's the vault. Looking for an exposed situation here. Not quite going to work. Has to get a normal kick out on the gen. But this is this may be the toughest test yet for Ghosty. They're not giving anything away. However, the stealth play to the healer on the stairs could be huge. Are they going to try and commit? Oh, not only are they going to commit, they're going to get it, and that'll be balanced landing as well. If it can go wrong, it will go wrong. And this game just has a different feeling to the previous ones for Ghosty. Getting the kick, getting the aura reading. Stealth it up again. Could there be a play to be made here? You can't see them, but you better believe they can see him. This is really gutting for Ghosty. This is a sound of a killer falling back to earth with a bump right now. Nothing going his way. Gem pops, maybe the first of many. At least there's still some aggression around here. As Dalita is able to stop the gen progressing and move away. And there's the exposed. Okay, really got to go in on this, even though they've got so much distance. Ghosty has to get this dying state. It's that simple. They're not going to drop. Be a bit bold. They're going to get around again. Alec's gone. They're walking. They might be charging up their exhaustion perk. Find another pallet. Big opportunity here. Nicely done. That'll be the dying state. Okay, needed that. There's another gen pops. 2-gen game. Needs this hook. Can't afford a save right now. Oh, and there won't be a save. Nervous, nervous times right there. Right, so that'll be pop. And that will be this gen hopefully regressing again. No one's committing. God, please don't say they get on the gem while Ghosty's blast mine. That would be such a miserable experience. Okay, the kick. Nowhere to hide. Oh, but he's not in stealth mode because of the stun from blast mine. Actually, That makes a lot of sense, and that is additionally ruinous for Ghosty, as Dwight just runs through the pallet. Should allow the M1 to connect. It does. It does, but not too interested in continuing down that path. I get the kick. No auras around here. Keeps on moving. Looking to get back to this gen that he was able to kick with Pop Goes a Weasel. Can he maybe find a way of getting the exposed status right here? Oh, Adam won't be fooled. Adam is on it with the reveals. There were 2 people on the gen. One of them immediately rushes off in this direction. That'll be Dalita. Big opportunity here. Look for the M1. Can't quite get it. There goes the pallet. Gets rid of that. Another gen pops. It's a 1-gen game. It's the gen on the hill. There's no movement on that gen to the left. There has been here, but it's still regressing. Getting a stealth out there. And if he's going to bring this back, he needs the mark. He needs the exposed status. There's Talita. Too far to reveal. They're 99. That's huge. And more of that would be very good to see. But unfortunately, survivors are revealing him left, right, and flipping center as there's Talita. So you're going to make like you're chasing Adam if you Ghosty. Come back. Night Shroud. Finish off the exposed. There it is. Now you need a dying state. You need a dying state, and you need it soon. Can Ghosty make it happen? It'll be another pallet. And now someone around here to actually take a protection hit. Getting the kick, moving back, going stealthy. Adam won't be far from exposed here. If he overcommits to this gen, there could be something in this for Ghosty. There's exposed. There's a dying state. Hook. Pop goes a weasel. Back to that gen. The real issue is that Dwight could still be moving the other gen all the way over there. No. Okay. Thrilling tremors across the board. That's so important for Ghosty. No gen movement right now. Waiting for the gen to come unblocked. Anytime you like. Getting the kick out there. Pop goes a weasel. Needs to get to the other gen. No reveal. No reveals happening. Plenty of reveals happening. Oh, as Claudette's going to go for the unhook. Big mistake there. And that's another dying state. Okay, signs of life from Ghosty, finally. Able to get that one exposed dying state, and now the wheels may be falling off. Needs Pop Goes the Weasel over here. Can't let this gen move away from him. The other gen should be okay for the time being. They've not been able to get on that for quite a while. The kick out here. Back he goes. There's Talita. Needs the exposed here. Can he get it? Yes, he can. That means that they're not able to get the commit on the unhook. The teabags as they move away. Ghosty won't mind that one bit. Has to get back to this gen, though. This gen could still be moving. Dwight could be moving it. Dwight gets it. That is such a shame. That is such a shame. He's doing such a good job of spinning plates here. Ghosty keeping the game on side. It's not over yet. He still has tools at his disposal. If he can get Dwight into the dying state here, who's taken no hooks so far, that'll be an additional 3 hooks at least if they should leave him. As there is gate movement up ahead. This should be a dying state. It will be. You can also get stealthy. Chance for maybe exposed here. Revealed from all angles. All possible angles for the reveal there. It will still be a hook. Kind of farcical how many angles there were for the reveal there. As Adam gets a gate 99 to behind the tree, going stealth. And, oh, almost the mark. Almost the full mark. And there's the reveal, of course it is. Did you expect anything else? And that's the full heal on the hook as well. Just nothing. Nothing at all going his way. Needs that Night Shroud. Needs that exposed. Needs to push them away from the gate as well, as there will be the exposed hit. And there's Dwight. They're not revealing! They're not revealing! Oh, they're just going to be able to get the gate, are they? No, not quite. Hold on just a second. Hold on just a second, but you really need this to not be a Death Hook survivor. Given the choice, you really need to be hooking Dwight or Dalita here. Talking of, there's Dwight, there's the exposed, there's a dying state. No, it isn't! No, it isn't. Got confused. The Shroud wasn't as far along. The Mark wasn't as far along as he thought. As Dwight now rushes to the pallet. Okay. Faking out the kick on the pallet. Has that worked? Not quite. Not many people able to run interference here, at least. Is that going to be a vault? It will be. Opportunity here. Gotta wait out dead hard. There it is. Waited it out admirably. And taking a hook. Fighting for every single hook state that he can here is Ghosty. Is the lead just going to try and run interference? Won't be able to. Is there a round to the left? Takes the injury immediately. This could be a massive trade for Ghosty. Is he going to get to the leader in time? Not quite. That'll be a reveal from all angles. Okay, really needs to get at least another hook state out of this, so might be trying to play it a little bit more cautiously now. Let him flees the scene in that direction. Trying to just move the exposed bar along incrementally here. This is risky from the team because as soon as Ghosty gets the Mark back, it's going to be a flurry of dying states. How quickly will that happen? Very quickly! Oh no, it was the reveal again before the exposed. And unless he can pull off the body block of the century here, it's all over. What a shame. Dead hard there. GG. They're loving life and why not? Well played. Ay, 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 ay. Adam sticking around. Will he make a silly mistake here? There's a chance. GG. Ah, tough one. Still a decent number of hooks there. 7 hooks. It has been enough in the past. But his glorious run of 4Ks has come to a close. GG. Such a shame. Such a shame. Couldn't get that exposed hit there. Don't know what was going on. It seemed like enough time had elapsed with the stalk to make it happen. But it hadn't. It hadn't. 7 hooks for Ghosty. Yeah. Now, Executioner has not had a good tournament so far, but is still solidly in contention, and this will be a great opportunity for him. Executioner on Gideon. Very important match for Executioner. He'll be needing all 3 points. 7 hooks to beat. A surprisingly beatable total from a dominant Ghostface so far this tournament. There is gem movement there. Scratch marks, they'll get the vault. They run back through the trail. They do not. It's live. They pre-drop a very good pallet there. They've got 5 moves ahead. They recovered very quickly after dropping the pallet. There's so much line of sight here. So going to try and cut them off. Do they vault immediately? They do. They do. They keep on going. M2 could be in play. Okay, not quite connecting. It's a shame. M2 does connect on that occasion. Very good. Wow, they drop down. This could be a great 1-2 situation. Oh, I've just got caught. Good play from Sable. In a tough spot here, though. The M2 won't connect. They might flee the scene with that to try and go back upstairs. They won't be able to. Well, they shouldn't be able to get to a pallet. Okay, M2 connects. Didn't need to do that. There actually isn't a pallet in this room for whatever reason. But no matter. All's well that ends well. The first hook. Needs to get some gens kicked. It's another situation. No. Yes, it is. 2 gens upstairs. 5 downstairs. This is so peculiar. But we've had 2 games on Gideon today, and they've both had this kind of situation. As there is the M2, using Nowhere to Hide really aggressively. Very good work from Executioner. And after what was a bit of an arduous opening chase, needed that. And then guesses correctly on where Duel goes afterwards, gets another dying state. Very good work. Very, very, very good work, and that will be a hook. As a gen does pop, hopefully just 1. There's a bit of movement over here as well. Not moving too much, but maybe worth the kick. You can also see if there's anyone moving in for the save immediately. There is Leon Kennedy over here. As Ash Ash gets the heal and screams of Deathbound. He'll be oblivious. That's something to keep an eye on for the next 10 seconds or so as Leon takes chase. No pallet here, so that will be the M1. And sure, kind of locked into this room now, so it could be a good situation to take the chase. Oh, and just gets the M2. I think Leon wasn't expecting the M2 so quickly there. Caught in two minds, and in the end gets got. Right, there's another Deathbound. Good intel from that. Someone on the gen down below. Good strong start. 3 hooks acquired, and with the number of hooks... 3 hooks gained with the number of hooks required at 7. That is very good news indeed. Getting the kick. Getting the undetectability. As Jill heads upstairs looking for the unhook on Leon. Very thematically consistent unhook there. They're all here. They'll be looking for a heal. Undetectability for Executioner. Massive opportunity here. That'll be an injury on Stable. Maybe could have utilised the M2 to get even more out of that. Maybe a missed opportunity in that regard. Pre-drop there. Oh god, hello Ash. Hello Ash. Out of nowhere it's Ash. And doesn't even need the M2, this should be the M1. Just. Is Sable going to try for the save here? Would be a bold play while injured. They're not going to. They're not going to. So, 1 hook apiece, still 3 gens remaining. There's another Deathbound. Deathbound! A bit of a slept-on perk, but having something of a renaissance in DBD right now. You're seeing why. As Leon runs headlong into Executioner. Takes the hit there, gets the kick. Aura reading. Eruptions look forward to as well. As where's Jill going? You might be heading down these stairs looking to get back on the gen. Might get jump scared for their trouble. There you go. She takes the M1. Everyone injured now. She does vault. Oh, it's Ash. Ash finds himself in trouble again. What a situation this is turning into for Executioner. Could be dead hard. It won't be. It won't be. It will be Eruption downstairs, hopefully keeping that gen stalled out until Executioner get back there. DS from Ash. Okay. Maybe makes sense as to why he was being so cautious with it. See bolts as well. Okay. Well, at the very least, it does get an Eruption hit out there. That isn't nothing. But a gem will pop. Can he put some pressure on this one? Trying to punish them if they were overcommitting while injured. Oof, Sable just has a bit too much distance there. Well worth it to try and get some aura reading. There's Jill. Good play from her, not able to use the aura reading the way that he'd like. Executioner. And these aren't the kind of M2s you need to be taking. Perpendicular to the tile like that, your effective range is just so limited. As here goes Sable. Tormented as well, so this could be a very efficient dying state if Executioner plays cards right. Good dodge. Good dodge from Sable there. And there's the cage, and there's Eruption. So that should still keep that gen on side as he drops down and moves over. It's their range. Oh. And Leon's reactions, I'm assuming it's Leon, had to be top notch there, and they were. Not as good there, however. Something lacking on that occasion. Not expecting nowhere to hide. And fair enough. As Ash has dead hard. Still trying to get the gen. Unbelievable. From Ash there. That was pretty absurd. Does stop it regressing. At the very least. It's the range there. No, actually gets upstairs. So that denies any potential opportunity for the dying status. There he is. And he may not have seen this coming. Runs through. Whoa! Comes back immediately, but the M2 fake does its job. That'll be another hook. They do get a gen. It isn't the one gen that Executioner has been trying to pressure all game long. That one's still available. This is going to be a really tough situation. Movement over there. Oh, no more kicks allowed. No more kicks on that gen, so wave goodbye to it if you're Executioner. Concern here. There's the immediate unhook. Is there range for the M2? It was worth a go, wasn't it? Very, very ambitious send of the M2 there. As it's Ash, and the gem pops. At the very least, it's the one that you knew was going to pop. It isn't a nasty surprise elsewhere. M2 could be in play. Doesn't get anyone. What a shame. And isn't this just a classic situation we've seen so much? Spread out the hooks too evenly. Needed to be a bit nastier with it. Needs to get someone into the dice state, focus them down. As Ash dead hards the M2. Have we maybe underestimated Ash Williams here? Nope, I'd say we've estimated him pretty correctly. Okay, so that should be a 3-survivor situation. Not to be mean, of course. Did some really good work. I don't know what that was, but did some really good work otherwise. Scratch marks leaving the bathroom gen. Kicking this for potential eruption down the line, also for aura reading. And that will be the win. Yes, 8 hooks obtained. So Pyramid Head gets 3 points that keeps his tournament dreams afloat. Commentator sounds biased. Against the survivors, certainly. As it's Leon. Injured party. Little bit of a fake out with the M2. He's kicking it into high gear now as Nemesis. Is it a dodge to the left? It will be. Oh, just keeps on moving and just keeps on evading. And hook states are all important in this tournament. So trying to get as many as possible. As that'll be Sable back on the bathroom gen. Leon sticking around trying to get this gen moving. And living a charmed life here, evading the M2s with regularity. And didn't put that in the right place there. That was a play to be made. If you put that right down Main Street, tough to get the dodge for Leon. Oh my god, Leon is making it happen somehow, some way. He can't keep it going, and that'll be the dying state. And this will be a Mori. And with Eruption on the gen in the bathroom, this keeps... Brilliant. Okay, don't need to censor that one. This keeps Executioner in it. They do still get the gen through Eruption, which is a damn shame. Needs to find someone here. Ideally needs to find both people and keep them away from the gates. But the scratch mark's going nowhere. Oh, there they are. Okay. Oh, for pity's sake, this is infuriating for Executioner here. Don't know how they're doing that, but somehow they're being evasive at all the right moments. Oh, there they are. Okay. So a discovery on Jill. And if Executioner can close down this chase, even if Sable does leave, it'll be 11 hooks. Which would not be bad. By any stretch. Oof. Lunge too early there. M2 could be in play. Guesses correctly, it's the injury. Can he close it down immediately with 2 M2s? Not quite. Good dodge from Jill. And at some point, if you roll the dice enough, you're going to hit double sixes, right? The objective is to keep Jill here and away from Hatch. Failed horrendously. Jill get some distance. Sable's down here for some reason. If you're Jill, you're surely asking her to leave so that Hatch is available, right? Jill finds a way out of there. And with some distance to boot. Wow. Oh my goodness me. How has she done it? Who can say? Gets upstairs. Might even have the gate here. Now a body block from Sable is going to be very important. Drops down. M2 has to connect. They drop the pallet. The M2 fake out works. And surely heads upstairs. Does so. Keeps on moving. Sable presumably moving the other gate now. This Jill will not enter the dying state. Refuses to enter the dying state. But all this work might be for nothing unless Sable can come up with a very, very, very clutch body block. And there they are. But they've failed. Had to stop Executioner from finding a path through. Doesn't get the stun! It won't matter unless... Good stuff from Jill. That's a very, very competent gamer there. But no matter. Executioner with the win. 9-7. Let's see what that does to the table. He goes to 36 hooks. Ghosty. First loss of the tournament. 43 hooks for him. So Executioner still very much with a chance here. What's going on? Always that map and that build for Pyramid Head. Okay. GG, well played. Good luck with next. Sorry about randomly getting put on Gideon. I didn't run the map, to be clear. Trickster versus Wraith. Trickster on Nostromo. A 4K eliminates Wraith. A 4K puts Trickster in a very strong position. A 4K is what he will be looking for. And find some early intel. On Carlos, a few blades connecting there. Good situation for Trickster. And looking for the injury. Doesn't get it yet. Gets it there. Oh, and some blades connecting. Really good second element of the chase there. Blade after blade after blade. And that will be... No blind for Sable, though a good effort. That will be the first hook. Very, very early on there. So early, you're not too upset about not finding a pain res hook. Sable's kind of hanging around. Setting up shop near the locker. Gotta get the reload here, Trickster. And looking to take the chase. Just not finding where Sable went. There she is. Okay, big opportunity. Gets the injury. Massive from Trickster. Really good use of the blades. They don't get the blind. Huge opportunity. Oh, they do vault. Good play. Main event is in play right now. When does Trickster choose to use it? If there was a heal on hook, that would have been a bona fide main event kind of situation. Not quite going to be the case. Should be the pallet drop there. It will be. They vault immediately. M1 could be on the table here. There's the grab. Okay. Gem pops. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Oh, a second pop's even more unfortunate. That is a shame. It looked like a better game state than that, but all of a sudden, 3 gens done. And maybe some trouble ahead. There's gem pops here. Where do you go after such a gem pops? Maybe back around to the ship to relative safety, anticipating that a main event may be around the corner. No point using it if you can't see anyone, huh? There is movement there. There is a survivor there. Got a main event soon. Got to go for it now. Great opportunity. Gets the injury and gets the dying state. There you go. With the dying embers of the main event. Finds a survivor and turns that into a dying state. It's time for pain res. The real concern is there is another gen somewhere out there with some level of progress. So it's time. As pain res is out there. Going for the reload. Just for an additional 10 blades and then looking for the next chase. Not bad this from Trickster, but that couple of gens has really deflated the mood. Not quite as dominant as you'd maybe like to be seeing. There's no gen movement there. Not too worried about that pallet, not just yet. Good movement here. There goes Sable. They run around the tile, flee the scene. A little bit confused about what scratch marks were what there. There's finesse, there's live. One blade connects, but that will be it. Good line taken there as well. Sable is no slouch here. For sure. Got to be careful as Trickster. I might not be too interested in continuing such a chase. The issue is, as it so often is in the Stromo, these gens are not in any way patrollable. 2 gens completed, and already you're not seeing an easy way of having a good endgame. Injury there on Carlos, who does come back for the pallet and very nearly gets hit. Just manages to avoid it. Keeps on moving. Lone skill check on that gen is very important. Doesn't want to commit to the table here. The table is no good at all against Trickster. This isn't much better for reasons that you're seeing right there. Oh, just stay too close to the pallet. The stun was on. 3 blades away. There's 1. There's 2. Oh, not finding the 3rd. Not finding a way to get the 3rd. Does so there. With the last blade. My goodness me. You can't cut it that much finer if you're Trickster. Okay, very important hook. And pain res too. How important will it end up being that he just got the connection with that last blade? Could be very important indeed. So Painmer's presumably hitting on the gen in the ship. Trickster's going to find a way of getting the kick on the gen right there. God, plenty of gen movement all across the board. That is really gutting for Trickster here. And the gen pops in the ship. This is so tough. It's a 2-gen game, and there's 2 gens with a lot of progress already. It doesn't feel like he's played a bad game. But my god, if this isn't just moving away from him, nonetheless. But that should be a dying state. It will be. Oh, could have gone again. Didn't see Vittorio until it was too late. Well, Vittorio has taken a poor line there. It will be live. Doesn't go for the window. Okay, gonna come back for the hook. What could have been if Trickster had held on to main event there? There is a boom. That could have been exponential. That could have been really tough. Is the boom snuffed? That's a very quick unhook. Massive gem movement here. Can Trickster put a stop to it? Well, should be getting the M1. Sable's going to be ready to commit to the gem while injured. No, they're not going to make that play. They were thinking about it. The gem was certainly close enough to make it happen. They are going to move away. Do they vault the pallet? They don't. This Sable has just been so good. The standout competitor for the team. If there is someone to point to as to why the team have done so well and why the gens are where they are right now, it is Sable. But not infallible. There's a hook there. There have been pain res hooks available here, but it might be better to get the hook and come back for the kick. In the time it took Trickster to head all the way over for a pain res hook, the gem probably would have been completed. Okay. Yeah, they stopped the gem regressing. It's the slowest finesse vault I've ever seen right there. Almost appeared in slow motion. Needs the injury. Gets it. That might have to be enough. Wants the gem regressing again. Is anyone going to go for the save right now? They don't have a lot of time. Oh, no! Oh, Vittorio was committing to it, and Trickster had no idea. And might not be able to get a dying state either. Oh, come on. I want a replay on that because it looked like he was able to connect with that final blade, but apparently not. What a shame. He will now. Absolutely gutting. Absolutely gutting. Well, at the very least, it's not an unhealthy number of hooks right now. First hook on Vittorio. 3 stacks of no way out in play. Would have been 4 if Trickster could have found a way of getting the unhook. Getting the hook, sorry. Just that bit sooner. Trying to keep aware of where the survivor was around that gate, but no sign of them. And everyone else is death hook. The list of people who will be wanting to go for the save, probably fairly small. I have to imagine there'll be some level of gate movement here. There is. Okay, the blades to push them away. Only one light. Sable won't be able to commit to that. And every hook state, so precious now. There's a dying state there, okay. Can you at least get second stage out of Vittorio? That's a damn shame. Hook here, last hook for Sable. And Trickster just basically got to race the survivors to the gate over here, which presumably is being worked on. And if not open, close to being opened, and there it goes. And it just seems like it's not going to happen for him. What a shame. As there goes Nia Carlson. And that will be 8 hooks. A fine effort, sincerely. I think, again, didn't get someone out of the game more quickly. Needed to play it a little bit more nastily. We're seeing it time and time again. I don't know when these killers are going to learn. GG. Wraith. On Swamp. So, 8 hooks, was the total for Trickster in the previous game? Not a bad game by any stretch of the imagination. Good use of the blades, good pressure applied, but didn't focus someone out. Split the hooks very equally. And in the end, good play from Jonah there. In the end, wasn't able to capitalise on what was a good performance with a good hook total. So leaves the door wide open for Wraith. Oh, didn't realise that someone, Nancy Wheeler, would be committing to the gen like that. So lost the opportunity for an injury. Gets the kick of the gen, but this is not the start he would have envisioned. And this is must-win territory for Wraith here. Even with 3 points, his path to qualification is slim. He is languishing behind in Group B. But needs a win just to keep it possible. So that'd be the injury on Lara. Broken up again, that's lucky break. But staying on them, drop immediately. And they'll use live to get away. Wraith in pursuit. But they see what he's doing here. They should not be able to get the vault here. That's a good fake out. That's a good fake out, in fairness to them. Well played there, but not able to get the vault on the second time of asking. As the two pops. Cheryl hanging around with the toolbox, potentially looking for a Sabo. But they're not going to see the hook behind them. And away they go. A little bit of aura reading there. That will be Predator. That was technically a chase. So you do get some aura reading after the fact. So you also get the aura reading from the cloak here. They just held up for too long. Great play from Wraith. Oh, it's the slow vault. Okay. The slow vault back. Wraith dared to dream that they were just stood still, so went for the swing. It was worth a go. It didn't quite work out. And now Cheryl is not going to be able to get to Shack Pallet, I don't think. No, dying state there. Okay, massive little turnaround. Things were looking pretty grim for Wraith. And they're still looking a little bit tough here, to be clear. Similar situation to Trickster, with the 2 quite quick gen pops. Another pain res there to keep the gen that is furthest along progressing. And maybe plays to be made here is the unhook here. And where would you go thereafter? Maybe to the boat. Just going around, well cloaked, searching for aura reading. There is a survivor on the periphery over here. It's Nancy. They might be AFK. Oh, they are. What a gift for Wraith and what a disappointment for Trickster. Nancy was playing, but briefly, maybe briefly. We'll see as the game goes on. Certainly AFK there. Not wiggling here, and that will be a very important hook. As there is a noise on the top of Big Boat. And blocking the pallet here. Really good positioning from Wraith. Oh, but the swing and a miss falling downstairs. It won't be too much of an issue. There is the injury. Does Lara go all the way around? Oof. Took a surprising line. Actually, not that surprising. They just took a beeline to the pallet there. Makes a lot of sense when you put it that way. Getting the kick. There's presumably sprint burst. What's that sprint burst? No, they seem to be quite fast. There's another pallet there, unfortunately. Can you do a cheeky little prediction play here with Lara? Almost. That may have closed the gap somewhat. Oh, it's this double log on Swamp, which is so nasty. You see it time and time again. Wow, Lara gets hugely mind gamed. Could be dead hard here. Gotta wait that out just in case. No. Oof. They had the so-called Pog log. The one that can spawn next to Big Boat, but not able to utilize it. As Nancy is still AFK. And that will be an immediate couple of hooks. And that's just the way of this tournament. If even one survivor isn't ready to play, things start to look very grim indeed as Jonah does leave the gem. Get a kick out there. Is Jonah going to get the unhook? Not yet. That's interesting. Seemed like that was the opportunity, as here he is. Wraith catching him out of position, getting the injury. All of a sudden, you've got two survivors on death hook. Timer's ticking down. Cheryl needs to get her act together and get some unhooks. Loses one person. Big opportunity. Dying state there. Well, and how quickly things can fall apart when the team doesn't have the services of one survivor. That is absolutely astonishing. All eyes on Cheryl now. How are they going to play it? Because they might just be thinking, well, the game's a write-off. I'm looking for Hatch. And who could blame them, honestly, with how this has gone so far? Now, Wraith does have the aura reading. While uncloaked. We'll be trying to utilize that here. Doesn't want to give away an unhook too readily. Jonah goes second stage. It's looking for all the world like it will be a Hatch game, doesn't it? Looking very likely to be a Hatch game. As Jonah's gone. Okay, waiting for Hatch. You can shut it while uncloaked. Is that Cheryl? See, I think it's there. It's Wraith. As a hatch is shut. Okay, but... Well, actually, I was going to say, still tough gates. Still tough gates on Swamp, but 4 stacks of No Way Out, that will help. And there's Cheryl. And there's No Way Out. And here's Wraith. And it's all over. They're not happy. The Wraith team absolutely ecstatic. GG! 12 hooks for Wraith, which keeps his tournament alive. Alright. A 12-8 victory. The first win of the tournament for Wraith. Trickster's second loss. Give that the save. Let's sort the group and see what that does. Points and then hooks, both descending. Okay, Ghosty on top with 9 points. Could have secured a playoff position with a win, suffered a loss, and will have to wait another round. Executioner, 7 points. A very important win there that keeps him afloat. Trickster dropped 3 points there and is right back in a precarious position. Hag with a surprise win over Clown, also on 6 points there. And Wraith has a slim path to qualification. Will need to be Executioner, but if he can, anything could be possible. Clown, of course, eliminated. Only 2 points, a tournament to forget for Clown. Subgroup C with Trapper versus Dredge. Last chance saloon for Deathslinger here. If he drops any points, he's out in either of these two matchups, and he's probably out even if he does pick up 2 wins. Trapper, Group C, needs to win. It's that simple. 4 killers ahead of him on 6 points apiece. He's sat on 3. He's not quite in the doom state that Deathslinger is, but he needs 3 points. Take a first patrol around main. Try and make main a bit of a nightmare. Set up some traps on some key doorways. There's some movement there. They've fled the scene, it looks like. Oh my god! Oh my goodness me! That is an unbelievable start for Trapper. Wow! A gift. Is basement here? It is! Oh my god, didn't even see the basement was there. Wow! And that is an absolute gift for Trapper. Unbelievable. Most fortuitous opening trap I think anyone's ever seen. He's really going to set up basement here. Why not? Why not with a gift like that? Right, got to get out because you've got to be really careful of the anti-camp here. There is some gem movement over here. Okay. And that should not be anywhere near enough for anti-camp to do anything against Trap here. There was someone who probably pivoted right. And that is exactly what happened. Trapper on them. It's Lara. Trap up ahead. They're not going to go for that. Kicking the doorway. And if only he maybe could have set up the area just a little bit more. What might have been. Oh, almost immediately ran back through his trap there. Just avoided that fate. They get the gen, unfortunately. The only thing that can be said about this, he's not been able to get Pop Goes Weasel out there, and he does lose a gen. He might lose another if Hinako is able to commit to this one. In the middle, as there's some disarming going on. Injury on Hinako. Should be second stage, unless Kate is also there. Kate is also there. But gets in a trap. There's Michaela. Injury there. And this will at least be a trade. That's all you could hope for if you're Trapper. Just trade basement. Ask the question of them. Search a locker. You know, why not? Step in a trap, you know. It all makes sense. It all makes sense. Okay. Well, after some strangeness there, he gets back to the hook. And resets all of this. Okay. As another gen does pop, unfortunately. Resetting here. Maybe just needs another trap. Maybe like in this doorway could work. For him. Wants to still leave some points of egress for himself. Is this where Hinako? Taking a dying state. This could be a trade. This honestly could, well, not a trade. This could be an additional hook in the basement and another gift for Trapper here, perhaps. There's going to be some level of body blocking. He does have agitation. That will help a great deal here. Trying to avoid the trap. Will do so. Gets the hook. Okay, so they get the unhook. That is unfortunate. The timing there pretty good. He forgot about the trap again. But again, at least get someone else in the basement. For now. Wow, was they're not able to escape the area. Not sure what they were doing. Could be DS. Oh my dearie me, what is going on here then? They're falling over themselves. They've no idea how to counter the basement trapper. We've seen it time and time again. We're seeing it here. Another hook round the back. Lara has a real job to do right now. Is Michaela crawling away? Oh, Lara right there. In the vicinity. Is she going in for the safe now? She's going to try. She's going to try one false move and it's all over. Oh my god, skips over the trap there. There's the unhook. Hinako's going to go for the other save and will fail because of endurance and how the game basically functions. So you'll get two... You won't get two... You will get two dying states in the basement. Endurance hit there. They free themselves there in a trap. Dying state there. It's all over for Trapper. GG. What absolute carnage. Is there any DS here? Probably not for the person who DC'd or abandoned. That is absolutely astonishing stuff. I can't believe what I'm seeing. And if only we saw this Trapper, you know, weeks ago, he'd be in a very dominant spot right now. GG. Basement Trapper, won't you? Unbelievable work from Trapper. 4K, 12 hooks. Midwich for Dredge. Very decent map. Lots of opportunities for good locker teleports. So this will be a good get for Dredge. Still everything to do here. With the 4K being obtained in spectacular fashion by Trapper. So, Dredge on its way. Oh, there was actually a bit of movement there. Okay, double back. Oh, finds a locker. What a shame. 2 auras up ahead, someone heading upstairs. Maybe could have done better there, honestly. Oh, Zeta keeps on moving. They're going to run through. I'm going to put the remnant down there. How will this work? They'll just flee the scene. Okay. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. How about trying to teleport way ahead of them? This is not obviously where Demogorgon... It's not where Dredge wanted to be. Forgive me, we not too recently... not too distantly had Demogorgon game. As this will be the window that has been the ruination of so many killers. This is a ponderous start from Dredge, let me tell you. Would have been hoping for much, much better here. Get some good aura reading. Sees a lot of commitment on the gen over here. And looking for the first chase. That'll be, unfortunately, sprint burst for Leon. There's a lot to like about Midwich here. I mean, theoretically, loads of surge intel. Surge value, I should say. But that presupposes that you're ever going to get a dying state. And so far, that's looking tough. Pallet's burnt. Pallet is burnt, getting rid of the lock. Picking the gen and moving elsewhere. There is some movement here. There goes, presumably, Leon. Will be Leon. And will this be the Dredge's first injury of the match? Nope. Looking to get sprint burst back, of course. Oh, and he will. Dredge didn't want to swing too early. In the end, does get the injury. Okay, Leon. Taking Dredge to Ada. Ada trying to get Dredge's attention. Dredge needs his dying state desperately, so it's not going to be swayed on that one. Teleporting over. Oh, it would have been a decent play if not for the locker. Leon heads the other way. And one gen's gone. The first of many, to be sure. Just get ahead of Leon here. Oh, and this is not where Dredge wanted to be. At all. Deary me, there's Nightfall. That took way too long. Not surprising given how the game has gone. Need some more reading. Ooh, we'll do better than that. We'll find Leon. Leon's in a lot of trouble now. Can he find a pallet? Oh my god, he just hesitated. If he throws that immediately, Dredge does not get that dying status. There's the double pop. 2 gens, both distant enough to avoid surge. That is so unfortunate. I can't even begin to explain. Okay. Right, well, Dredge has its first hook, but needs a lot more than that. Needs an almighty turnaround here if it's got any chance at all. Killer Instinct on 2 survivors as another gem pops. Not giving an inch here, this team. Still on Kate here. And the team doing well to stay just distant enough from some of these lockers. Remnant not been used too much by Dredge. Oh, and just makes a move, not giving them enough time to commit to the pallets. Okay, as there is a hook in this very room. Whew. Well, I'll tell you what, this is not the game that Dredge envisioned. And this could be spectacular news for Trapper. You know, has a real opportunity of looking ahead to a playoff place. This is a very quick unhook. The team pretty much all there, it seems. Needs that teleport. Gets it. A heal up ahead. Leon running that way. They're not quite going to commit to the heal on Kate. This could be a huge opportunity for Dredge to put some pressure on a survivor, get an easy hook. Although none of the hooks have been easy so far. Just keep pressure on. Well played by Kate. And she's away. It's not really going to work. This might. Yeah, just banking on a 50-50 there, hoping that Kate was moving this way. She wasn't. Dredge really spent most of its time just breaking locks on lockers as well. Been a very good counter game by the team in that regard. Very cognizant of denying teleport opportunities, or at least swift teleport opportunities. It says Ada. Doesn't go for the window. This should be an injury. No pallet in here. Oh, there is a pallet in here. Sorry, I was confusing this for the music group. Oh, it would have been a huge opportunity. Were the locker not locked? Hold on, what? This is not where Dredge wanted to be at all. Oh, okay. I understand where Dredge went now. That was very confusing. Teleporting ahead, another locker. And you're seeing partly where Dredge has lost this game, right? Oh, is Leon just in position to take the hit there? Remnant down. Good play again. When it's found an opportunity to use the Remnant, it's been making some good moves. It's just that those situations have really been few or far between. That's one of the more audacious lined attempts there. Has to be said. Will be an immediate chase opportunity, as this will be Sable. And maybe there is an opportunity here. There could be a gen out there with a ton of progress that Dredge has not been able to keep on top of. That's certainly possible. But if there isn't, and if you're able to close down this chase a little bit quicker than it currently looks like you're able to do so, in fact, Dredge is going to go elsewhere now. Oh, that's not where I wanted to teleport. Oh, and there goes the gen, okay. But a couple of injured parties up ahead. Leon looking to recharge Sprint Burst as Ada runs in for a possible dead hard there. Dredge really should have been a bit more cognizant of that and waited it out, but just very much pressured by the game in general here as a pallet ball down. The blind. That's what to keep on them. Oof. Good play to get the quick fault there. Very, very impressive. Does this mean there's someone else on the gate? No, it's no way out. 3 stacks of no way out. I mean, great, but it's one thing having the time, it's another thing utilising the time well, and Kate has access to the window there. Not a lot of Dredge going to do about that. This is really dire. And this is a Dredge, a killer who's been performing pretty admirably so far this tournament. This looks like one of the worst performances of the lot. Only 3 hooks as it stands. The play there, that will be a dying state. Assuming there'll be no one around for any potential torch save. Well, I mean, look at this. So you're going to get basement hook. You've got 2 other injured parties here. The gates are only just operable. Maybe there could be some hope. Gotta play aggressively. Sees the heal, the gate presumably open on this side. They may well just leave the other survivor now. That would make a lot of sense. Leon running back in. Actually does want to get this save, perhaps. Window's gone. Gideon bolts back. And if there were a locker in this room, you'd be loving life. But as it stands, you'll just be seeing Leon leave and Ada there as well. GG. It's all over, and it just wasn't good enough at any point for Dredge. It is that simple, and the other gate should be open for them. And that will be the 4-hook for E. GG. Trapper gets a much-needed win. Takes him up to 38 hooks, whereas Dredge gets its second loss down to 32. And that's very important because Trapper will now leapfrog Dredge not only into 4th place, but currently, Trapper has top spot based on 6 points and superior hook. Obviously, we've got a lot of games still to play here, but Trapper, you got to keep an eye out for him. As we'll go now to Jason versus Knight. Freddy. The pizzeria for Jason. Sorry, I said Freddy immediately, which is very confusing. I meant to say Jason, but now I saw Freddy on the screen. And like Ron Burgundy, I just say what's in front of me. Opening jump scare for Jason. Finds a survivor of some kind. Lara right here. Ooh, no dodge offered. Just gets around the corner. Good play from them. Gets another spike. And maybe an opportunity over the rock here. They just make their move as Jason retracts his spike, unfortunately. Moonwalk there. Big opportunity. Good hit. Okay, needed that. Could be teleport time. Omnipresent Evil time. Lara tries to flee the scene. Sable taking aggro. Big opportunity here. Trying to get around a wall firstly. This is a scary situation against Jason. Just gets the F1. Okay, mind games them enough. Is there going to be the pallet save here from Sable, who was around? Yep, there they are. Damn shame. Maybe could have been a bit more cautious about that, Jason. Big opportunity here. Just misses with the spike. And is an early save going to ruin his game as it has to so many other killers? No, gets the dying state there. He needed that. He needed a quick turnaround after an unfortunate start, and he gets it. Could have maybe been basement there. Not be too worried about such things. Needs to find the gen that is moving. There was presumably a gen moving to a certain degree out there. If he can get there with Pop Goes the Weasel, that would be a very good start for him. The longer he goes, the more likely there's a gem will pop. Is it going to be in the middle? Yes, it will. What a shame. What a shame. Just didn't have the right patrol. And the Pop Goes the Weasel kick was available for him. That would have been a huge situation. Alas. We go for this chase. Big opportunity here with Leon. Oh, Leon, it's Bill! Who does take a spike. Really good spike there. Teleporting ahead. Ooh, not ideally where we wanted to teleport. Wanted to teleport in the car, but should still have an opportunity here. There we go. Okay. Seems like he's feeling a bit more comfortable with the spikes than he has been really all tournament long. This has not been vintage Jason so far this World Cup. But, good situation there. So it's gem movement. Can Jason get the kick? Yes. Very, very important. Pop Goes the Weasel kick. Do they go into the doorway? They don't. Good awareness from Ada to change her line and avoid the spike. That's Lara hanging around Killer Shack. Big opportunity here. Just holding. Ooh. It was not a bad bit of positioning on the spike from Jason. Right in that bottom left corner there. But Lara just holding up her run well enough. Trying to zone Ada to a place where the spike becomes a formality. In fact, doesn't even need to. Gets the M1. Big opportunity here. Oh. Good play from Ada. Jason needed to find a way of at least asking the question and putting the spike through the doorway. Isn't able to, and Ada gets away. Doesn't burn the pallet, and that would be punishable if Jason were melee killer speed. Ada brings down the pallet. Jason gets the kick. Looking for the spike here. Gonna be tough to make a play. Are you gonna go window if you're Ada? Good patience, good dying state, but a couple of gens pop. Oof, and this is rough stuff for Jason. He's gonna go basement here, risking a pallet stun. But needs something a little bit extra to bring this back, you feel. There's away he goes, alright. Well, I mean, you don't give a hoot about that gen if you're Jason. You need something approaching a 3-gen. This will be the closest thing. It isn't great. It isn't great, but it will have to do. There is some gen movement right here. Only a little bit. Actually, no, there's none. There's none at all. A misread from yours truly. But Bill takes a spike. Big opportunity here for Jason. Massive opportunity. That will be a lovely, quick dying state. Ooh, almost had the pallet. Is Sable going to be here again to break the heart of Jason? No. So, a very important hook. And despite a quick 3 gens popping, and a very quick couple of gens, no progress on them now. That's very important. Are they hanging around the basement for the heal? They've fled the scene, okay. Unless they're crouching down in the basement. Which, there are no scratch marks. Leaving. It would be a strange play to make, but with no gem progress, maybe you can investigate such things. Okay. No one there. Jason satisfied. He heads elsewhere. Gets back to the 3-gen. The gens are all completely stationary here. This could still be good for Jason. Teleport there. Heal on the hook. Lara in trouble. Oh, just sent the spike a bit too early. Feeling like he needs to get someone out of this game. He goes after Bill. M1 connects. There's Bill heading into the pizzeria. Wow. Deary me. Unfortunate location for Bill. That'll be the mini Mori for Jason. And making it 3 survivors left at this stage in the game. So crucial. So crucial. There is gen movement here. Okay. So this will be the pop goes to Weasel. Gen for Jason. Lara gets window. Spike doesn't find a way through. In getting the Mori, however, does miss out on Pop Goes a Weasel. Now, that wasn't a hugely important gen for that perk, but still. May regret not having it in the back pocket there. As Lara's been so good against Jason. Spike in play, good play from them. He might have to go elsewhere now. Might have to give up on that, put some pressure on the others. As there was a blown skill check, presumably, over yonder. Movement right here. Wrong teleport location, but might still be okay. There's more gen progress here than we would have liked to have seen. They'll get all the way around the corner. What a shame. It was Ada. This is the injured party. There was also someone on that gen over there, but maybe not too worried about that. Maybe more worried about this closer cluster of gens. As Ada's just going to get around the corner there. Big movement over here. That'll be Lara. She is going to try and move away. Spike could be in play here. Good patience again. And big situation here. Can you turn this into a dying state? Had to entirely sell out there. If it was dead hard, it would have been ruinous. It isn't. It will be a hook. They do get a gen. The one by Killer Shack. This is going to be really tight here. This could be a 3 escape situation, or it could be a 4K. It really could go any way. We get pop here. Which might be a mistake. I mean, you know, there has been gen progress over there, and that is the gen that does pop. It popped so quickly, there was probably no chance of getting that regressing, but still, disappointing for Jason. As there's a gate behind Lara as well. Just going to check on this one first. No movement there. He's going to go for something a little bit audacious. Worth a go, wasn't it? You truly never know. It's just going to go on, isn't it? We'll head back that way. Anyway, No Way Out obviously in play. They've still not tapped a gate, which is huge. To go around the corner. There's Sable. Big opportunity here for Jason. Endurance hit on Lara. This could be important. You get this dying state. You get the mini Mori. You then have a lot of time with No Way Out. With 3 survivors in play. The thing is as well, Lara does not know about Lara does not know about No Way Out, so they're going to make a break for the gate. They won't get there. Even if they had, it would not have been open. 2 survive the game. Still time left, courtesy of No Way Out. Is there anyone hanging around here? No. Well, there might have been, but they might be crouched, and they probably are. Still leaving a lot of hooks on the table here among the 2 remaining survivors. Only Ada has a single hook. This is unideal. Unideal for Jason. The gates are now available. You better believe the team are going to be really cautious about opening any of them. Let's have a good line of sight to that one over there. No lights seen. Coming back to this one as well. There is a light here. Okay, great opportunity. There goes Sable. Big opportunity, needs Spike to connect. Oh, they're just going to have the distance to get behind the boulder. Then meanwhile, Ada surely on the gate up ahead. Spike connects with Sable. They don't go for the window. They get caught in the lip of the wall. Dying state. Okay, how does Ada play this now? It's the ideal person to find. Sable does still have 3 hook states to give. Gotta imagine that Ada was working the other gate. There is gate movement there. Is she moving in for the save? She opens the gate. That might be all she wrote for this one. She's going to start running back in. Spike connects, and they'll be gone. They'll be gone. So that will be 10 hooks for Jason, which is not a bad score by any stretch of the imagination, especially considering how quick those gens were. But there's an opportunity here. There's an opportunity for Knight. Ormond Lake Mine for Knight. 10 hooks for a draw, which would keep both killers in contention, but wouldn't necessarily be amazing for either. 11 hooks for a win, and all 3 points that would all but send Knight to the playoffs. Very likely to be in the equation there with 9 points. We will see how it goes, as there's some frames. Don't want too many of those. Sending the Jailer on a pretty decent path there. Doesn't find anyone. Big gem movement here, wow. Sends the assassin out. Looks to connect with someone. Does so. It'll be Maggie. Knight trying to do a pincer maneuver here. Try and get the benefit of the injury from the assassin. And unfortunately won't quite manage it. So it will be assassin gone. Good play from Maggie. Taking the injury, heading back up, needs to get this gen stopped. Can't take an early gen pop here. With that amount of progress, likely to have been another survivor around. Nowhere to hide is going to be very important here. That's hubris for whoever put the blast mine on this gen. They'll be exposed, but without any intel. Going to be tough to locate them. Out goes the Jailer. There is gen movement here. Oh my god, there was some right and left as well. That was Maggie, okay. So they'll be being chased away from the gem by the Jailer. That's good stuff there. Sending out the assassin now, right into Shaq. Big opportunity there, getting the kick. The assassin doesn't quite connect, but it will be the M1. Again, this could be a huge opportunity for Eruption to do its thing. That doesn't connect. Fascinating. This should. So, 3 survivors injured. Need to start converting that into dying states, though, because already an opportunity for Eruption has fallen by the wayside. There's Sable. Goes where? Goes there. Jailer on them. Knight going to take a wide sweeping line to try and push him back into the path of the Jailer. They get lied, unfortunately, but this is going to be really tough for Sable now. Really tough for Sable, and that will be a dying state and a very important Eruption hit. Albeit one gen does pop, but that could be worse. That could be worse. Now, if you're Knight, you've got to get the hook as quickly as possible and get to one of these gens with pop. Keep them patrolled and keep them regressing. Just regressing here. Someone off to the right. Sending out the assassin, who will not quite connect, but it will be an opportunity for Pop Goes the Weasel, Noah's Hide, and Eruption. As there goes Michonne. looking for a way to get the jailer out there. We'll do so. Maybe up the stairs. That guard will not connect. Good play from Michonne. It's Hubris again. It's Blast Mine again for whoever is moving this gen, presumably Maggie. No intel afterwards with nowhere to hide either. They're just staying away. These survivors are just finding a way of keeping clear of Knight and of his guards. As the assassin does connect with Sable. Very good stuff there. As Fung out on the periphery, will they be able to get to this pallet? They will. Not necessarily wanting to send another guard, liking what the assassin is doing in chase here with Sable. Oh, who doesn't quite get hit by the M1. Big opportunity here, though. They're going to have to go a long distance to get the window. Will they make it? Just taking a hit here. Okay, fine with that. Fine with that. Just pushing them back. As the jailer does connect. Whew. The chases haven't been too bad here. It's mainly been the inability to find anyone. Great fake out from Fung. You're expecting the immediate vault there, but it doesn't quite happen. Should still be a dying state. Will be an important eruption hit on that gen. Keeping it at a 3-gen game for the foreseeable. Sable's trying to commit to the gen. That is very risky. Sends out the assassin towards them. There's another gen pops. What a shame. And it is that one off to the left. It's been a pressure point pretty much all game long. As there's the heal. Sending out another guard to put some pressure on them. Will do so. Finds Michonne. The Sable gets the vault. Okay. Knight thinking for a moment they might have been in a locker, which would have been an absolute gift, but no such joy. Can't quite punish the medium vault, and that'll be live to get away. Things looking good for Jason. Knight being run ragged around Ormond Lake Mine here and just lacking that decisive finishing factor. Injuries have not been that difficult to come by. Getting the dying states, that's been the trick here. Sending out the Khan effects for the immediate pallet break. Able to keep on Maggie because of that. They drop the pallet. Do you think this will be a fake? It will be. Another one, and this should be a dying state here. It will be. It will be. Can he hold on to this 2-gen situation? It's a very interesting question. How the gens looking? The gens, well, you've got a kind of a 3-gen over here. Not perfect, but it will have to do. Kick here, hoping for some aura reading. Doesn't get any. There's the unhook. Getting the guard right back on them. Doesn't locate anyone. And here is a lot more gen movement as well. And there you go. Our questions answered. It's Michonne who has Blast Mine. Or at least one of the survivors who has Blast Mine. So they will be exposed to hubris, but not for much longer. In fact, maybe it was a previous stun that activated hubris, because it seemed to be a little bit further along than it otherwise would have been. Assassin out there. Not quite the patrol that guard wanted, but we'll do enough to get the M1. I did it again. I called Night Guard. I do that. I apologise. There's totem cleansing going on over here. It's the kick. Looking for aura reading on Michonne, but not finding them. The injured party fleeing the scene there, unfortunately. That gen's still regressing. Of course, Maggie tries to stop the gen from regressing, isn't able to do so. Assassin coming out here. Will it connect? It will not. What a shame. Oh, but there's Michonne. Huge opportunity here. Going to send out the jailer this time. Who might get line of sight through the window? Doesn't. And too many of these situations have borne no fruit for Knight. I think that's a big part of the reason why you're seeing such a tough game for him. Carnifex out there. Gets rid of that pallet very quickly. Another one up ahead. They're going to burn it. They won't. Oh, just not quite getting the patrol out there. And again, not finding a way of connecting. It will still be the dying state. This will be a huge eruption play. Absolutely massive eruption play there. Is there an angle for the pallet save? There is not. Ooh, but coming back. Wow. I bet they're wishing they'd stuck around. Alright, well, the fourth hook. This will be an almighty effort to bring this game back. But the gens are not moving all that much. Never mind, there goes the gen. It's the one that wasn't moving at all. It's the one that pivoted to. Good play from the team. You made me look like a right fool. As the jailer just does not see Sable again. Does at that point. Does at that point. So this could be a huge opportunity for another dying state. It's 10 hooks. 10 hooks the ask. That is still really, really doable. Really ruining the lack of any endgame perks here. No Way Out would have given Knight just that little bit more hope than he currently has. Does the assassin find a way of connecting here? No, again, failing to connect with the guard. M1 here. There's the unhook. Getting the guard between them and the gate. And is there any chance of a double hit? A Sable will have 15 seconds of endurance but slips past. And they can just run through. And that will be all she wrote for that one. GG. Just didn't have enough. Wow. The hook marker was bugged at the bottom there, but it was 2 1-1-1, so it was 5 hooks. It wasn't 0 hooks, despite what that would have you believe. So, easy win in the end for Jason. Takes his 3rd victory, takes his hook total up to 39 and his point total up to 9. Jason has all but clinched a playoff place with that. It isn't quite guaranteed yet, but in a very, very, very good spot. And now, Knight's campaign has taken a big hit. Spirit versus Slayer. Spirit, who very much has a chance in Group C in these all 3 points. Oh, there's an immediate chase with Hudson. Bill Paxton, away he goes with Lithe. And that's unfortunate here, just denies an early injury, and there's the pre-drop. Okay. That'll be the kick. Then the phase. Looking to keep on top of the scratch marks. They'll head upstairs. Drops down. That will be the injury. Looking for the phase again. They'll just be able to get to a tile. They're dropping everything here. And that will be the dying state. Okay. Also gives Hudson intel on that live totem. Remember, that's a live totem that Spirit does want to be cleansed. That is Haunted Ground here, which could swing things solidly in her favor. So, hoping that that does get cleansed at some point. Good, nice, early hook. Good, nice, early hook. Good, nice, early hook. Yeah. And another injury. Ooh, little nifty moves. Back and forth in the open field. Almost elicited the whiff there. Gets the kick. Needs to stop that gem regressing. Looking to keep on Adam. He tries to get another gem moving. We'll have to drop Shack Pallet here. Does so. Another gem moving. At pace right now. It's Dave. Shack, who gets the quick vault there, flees the scene. Okay, so we're going to pivot back to Adam here. Oh, hang on. Some crossed wires, actually just back on Dave. As that isn't an injury? Okay, that's fascinating. Fascinating interaction there. As there goes the gen. Okay, gotta head that way. Scratch marks heading to the left. This is also where the unhook was. They'll commit to the heal afterwards. There might be someone on the totem. It could be good for... Yeah, it could be good for Spirit to actually put pressure on the totem, make them think like she doesn't want it to be cleansed. Because as Spirit, if you see a lit totem as Survivor, you're going to be thinking 9 times out of 10, oh yeah, Haunted Ground, we should stay away from that. This goes past Dwight in the end, though. Gets the stun, gets the line, another gem pops. This is very, very tough here. Can she get around the tile and kind of catch Dwight out of position? Scratch marks keep on going. Big opportunity. Lovely stuff. Good, good. Good phase there. And that'll be a timely pain res with a couple of gems pop, but also progress on at least a couple more. Okay, pain res hits there, which is good and bad. At least no gens are moving to any greater degree, but maybe a bit of a waste of a pain res stack. Skill check up by Killer Shack. Remember, no pallet in Shack, so good news for Spirit in that regard. Are they holding on to the gen? They are. Here's Dave. And there's the injury. We'll get to another tile. Get to another pallet. Goes through that one. Finds another pallet here. Drops it. Vaults immediately. Big opportunity here for Spirit. And should be able to close this down. Good work. Okay. Would have felt like double daylight robbery if David got all the way to that pallet after getting the vault previously. As there goes Haunted Ground. Okay. Now this is a situation where you feel like Spirit really needs to bring this game back with a vengeance here. At least one dying state has to come from Haunted Ground, you would have to imagine. So there has been movement on this gen. So get up on the hill. And where to? All the way off to the corner. Okay, big opportunity here. Faking out the phase. Not quite going to work out. And there you go. That's what she needed. No fuss, no drama. Quick little phase, getting the exposed hits. There is a hook right here. Okay, 2 on the hook at the same time. Very important. Gotta remember again though, no end game perks to speak of, no way out, nothing that will keep the game on side should they power through these gens. There is a blown skill check over there in the unhook. So intel, however brief, on where all the remaining survivors are. Massive gem movement here, gotta get the kick. Could it have been worth it to kind of seek out the pain res hook on the previous occasion? Possibly, possibly. Never going to get the hit there. Is this gen still regressing? It is. Right, goes after Hudson. Scratch marks suddenly stopped. They walked through the window, got the vault there. Back on Dave, who will get to the pallet. Nice. Giving Dave no time to think with that one. Very clean. Gets the phase back. Used barely any of it in the previous interaction. Huge opportunity here. Dying state. Okay. Now this is a little bit more of the Spirit we've been seeing so far this tournament. Another hook takes her to 5. And honestly, with how Sling has been performing, even 5 might be enough. Obviously wants to get more, but this could still be a very tall order for him. It's a gem moving. Adam running around the hill. Gives Spirit an easy job of getting the M1 there. Looking for the phase, gets it. And Adam does still offer a pain res hook. Oh, good play. Doubling back on the scratch marks. Leaving Spirit without a clue of where he was going. Okay. Doubling back. Nice. Good move from Spirit. This should be the dying state. Is there a pain res hook within the vicinity? We'll soon find out. No. Damn shame. Alright, well, second hook for Adam. Gotta be thinking about a way to find Dave here, right? You need someone gone. You can't spend much longer with 4 survivors. That's the gem regressing. Sees some scratch marks up ahead. Heading back into main. No gen movement there. That gen, probably a write-off for Spirit. If you're going to bring this game back, it's probably via the strength of the 3 gen that she has established. Doubles back. Oh, there he is. Okay. Yeah, didn't see the scratch marks continue to ascend the stairs. Knew that something was up. As Dave takes the hit. Phase is back. Looking for the grass movements. Getting around the pallet. Big opportunity here. Good play from Dave. Had to commit immediately to the vault. Does so. They're going to go for the heal here. And go after Adam. Takes out the vault. Doesn't go for the pallet. Hudson takes an injury. Okay, good play there. Sublime really didn't need and shouldn't have given that away. There's so many reasons to still go after Adam here. Not only does that get a survivor out of this game, but also gives you that final pain res stack that has proved very elusive so far this game. Injury on Dwight. Okay. Needs to get back to these gens, put some pressure on them. Not a lot of movement there. As there is Adam. And there is not a lot of gen movement there. May have an opportunity. They double back, they double back. Oh, in fact, it was Hudson again muddying the waters and throwing Spirit off the trail. Oh, big opportunity here. Do they fake out the vault? They do not. Trying to keep abreast of where the scratch marks were. Oh, that will be Dying State barring Dead Hard. Oh, just held off for too long and they get the vault. What if that was resilience? Again, that's a hit you expect to get as killer. Moving on this gen. There's Adam. Needs a mind game to work, and it does! Whoa! What a lucky hit that was. In a game plagued by unfortunate non-hits, that's a bit of a gift for Spirit, and that could really turn this around. Again, Adam just staying where the pain res hooks aren't, so if you get this Dying State, it would be 3 survivors, that is important. But it won't quite be that final pain res stack, although he's moving more towards a pain res location. Dying State there. There's Infectious Fright. Infectious Fright has done very, very little so far this game. Will this be the pain res hook? And will it happen before the last gen pops? Very important questions. This will also take us to 7 hooks. Getting more and more competitive with the number of hooks. It is pain res, okay. That is so important for Spirit here. And there is gen movement down there, but not a huge amount. Taking a chase with Dave. Decent chase to be taking. It does also leave the Obsession, Hudson, for the endgame. Decent drop. Will be the M1. Going upstairs again, which is a surprising move to be making. They'll drop down. They won't get any of their post-injury speed. Wow, big, big mistake from Dave. Has he bought enough time for that final gen to pop? Maybe not. Maybe not. Heading over here, knowing for a fact that Dwight was on that gen and does actually get it, unfortunately. That is a shame. Getting over to the gate immediately. You know Hudson's not going to be sticking around here. There's Dwight. Injury there. I guess it's all about how quickly Hudson gets on that gate and how quickly they can leave, because they'll just open and leave so that Dwight has a chance to hatch. Dwight, by the way, heading towards Shaq, so don't look now. But there could still be a Tui on the cards. Keeps on moving, drops a pallet, moving around his Spirit. Again, trying to zone Dwight away from Killer Shack, away from where that hatch is going to spawn. Gates open, Hudson will leave pretty much immediately, you would imagine. Does she win this mind game? No, not quite. Oh, good move there. Dwight is zoned away. Oh, moving towards Shaq. If Hudson leaves, Dwight has an opportunity. No dead hard. Is Hudson going to stick around for the save? No way. Not while Rancored, surely. Surely not while affected by Rancor. That would be so bold. Okay, Spirit's going to play it very, very riskily. But if Hudson is out of position, there's no gate movement there. Hold on just a second. as if Hudson is out of position. One hit, and it's the 4K. There he is! Wow, he's going for this! He is going for this. Unfortunately, not able to locate him on the way, but it will be... I mean, just a trade will be good enough here. There's a dying state. Oh, and the survivor's right there. But we'll move away, and gotta let him go. Gotta let him go. If they made an aggressive action, came back, took some aggro, Spirit would be within her rights to go after him, but they were just moving away. Now, I'm not going to take the Mori. Why is she doing that? Wants to leave the possibility of the save on the table for Dwight. Still trying to go for that ceiling of 12 hooks. Okay, but Hudson leaves, and that will be 11 hooks. Not bad, and with how Slinger's been playing, sorry, that really feels like it could be enough, but there is a possibility. GG. Deathslinger, Wretched Shop. Needs a 4K to keep any semblance of hope alive. I think he's out regardless. I think even if there is a path to qualification, it is infinitesimally small. But honestly, I mean, there's something to be said about the notion of playing for pride here. This has not been the kind of tournament Slinger would have wanted here. His ongoing reputation as someone who bottles the big occasion. You know, those voices have not been silenced with this performance, let me tell you. But it's a new game, it's a new opportunity. And hopefully a survivor somewhere around the gen, although not an obvious bit of intel there. That would have been a great situation for Nowhere to Hide, as there's gen movement here as well. And there goes White, and that's a great shot, okay. And there we go, signs of light early on from Slinger. Good shot, there's the fog file. Oh, just trying to get a little bit of a trick shot through the window of Shaq, not quite making it happen, unfortunately. And that will be the dying state. Okay. Boone in play as well. Oh, as they were trying to get the blind there, they didn't quite have the angle, thankfully for Slinger. Would have been so gutting and so emblematic of his campaign if he had been denied the hook there. Gets Painres out there, gets a little bit of gem regression, and, you know, some intel immediately on Nia Coulson around the area, who actually gets the unhook pretty swiftly there. And away goes Dwight, wow. As fast as his little legs can carry him. And there's the boon, actually, so whoever got this boon maybe got the unhook. Alright. Alright. Well, it's a very likely DS, but honestly, you're not too worried about even playing into it if you're Slinger at this point. It isn't DS. Okay, very surprising. Second hook for Dwight. Nia hanging around. Are they going to get the unhook? Okay. Endurance hit there. And... oh, not quite connecting. I mean, why would you do anything other than accept the very gracious offer the survivors have laid at his feet, you know? It's one of the least safe unhooks you've ever seen. And not quite getting the body block. There's the dying state. And now we'll see how much the survivors give up in pursuit of trying to deny this hook that they themselves, that, you know, the situation they themselves put themselves in. This is quite an extraordinary situation here. As you have to imagine that Nia Coulson will be sticking around looking for some kind of way to make a play for the save. Do they have an angle here? They do not. They do not. There's a hook right back here. Everyone's just furiously clicking their torches. I mean, that is one of the biggest sells of all time. I can't believe how risky they were being with that unhook, and they've already lost someone at the 5 gen mark. Unbelievable. Is there going to be an angle for a save here? No, but you better believe they're trying. Right, that'll be another Painres hook over here. So all of a sudden, this really plays havoc with Jason's campaign. Is there someone hanging around again for a potential quick unhook? They're loving these quick unhooks despite the massive amount of damage it's already done to their game. Good dodge from Nia. The boon's back. It's right here, in fact. Hang on, hang on. As there's Dwight. looking to escape the fate of his mate. And all of a sudden, the team's in a bit of trouble, right? Nia's out of position, going to try and go for the save. It should be at least a trade here. Who does that connect? Connects with Nia, so it will be a trade. They try for the blind again. Doesn't do anything again. Have they fled the scene now? Shouldn't be anyone for the save here. They're gonna try again. This is absolutely preposterous stuff, and it'll be a very good opportunity for a chase after the fact. The funniest possible thing would be if there's any kind of anger in the post-game chat, as if the team themselves did not firmly put themselves in this position. Great shot. Dying state there. All eyes on Dwight, who self-heals and will presumably be now taking the opportunity to go in for the unhook on Nia. There should not be any dialogue in the post-game chat. There may still be some dialogue in the post-game chat. Right, so remember, 11 hooks the total for Jason. This could still all come tumbling down with a hatch escape, and there's still 3 survivors, and the game isn't over. As where's Dwight, who got the unhook? Went off this way. There he is. Oh, not a bad effort from Slinger. Put the shot exactly where it needed to be, just maybe didn't quite have range there to connect. Dwight runs around Shaq. The shot's been connecting, generally speaking. I mean, in spite of what has been a pretty monumental throw from the team, still got to give Slinger a bit of credit. He's been doing some good stuff, putting some good plays out there. Not Jason, apologies. Spirit, apologies. Dying state on Dwight. That will take Slinger up to 8 hooks. That total of 11 beckons. The unhook over here. They started healing. Can they go into that room? They're continuing to heal. They are. Opportunity here. When do you have range? Oh, that would not have been too far away. Really go after either party here. Oh, and they just changed up their line, which just sent Slinger in the wrong direction. Comes back. Here, Carlson looking to move in for the unhook on Dwight. Going to put some pressure on them. Shot connects. No time for the dodge. The reload. They'll get the window. Will they get around the corner as well? Yes, they will. Not quite the angle for the shot there. There's Meg trying to move in now. And this should at least be a trade if they do commit to the unhook, which it's looking like they shall. Hang on, they've got the pallet. Take the injury. Good shot. And Nia Coulson may move in for the save, but they may just hang around for the blind here. We'll see. No, they do get the unhook. They do get the unhook. Credit to them. Dwight takes a hit. He takes another. It is a hook. Is it now decisive strike? No. Alright, so all of a sudden, hatch game. Can Slinger deny hatch here? And in doing so, secure all 3 points and put Spirit suddenly in a very, very, very precarious position. And with 4 stacks and no way out, it feels very tough to see a way that Nia gets the gate escape. Alright, well, GG. The gates are pretty patrollable as well, so everything going right here for Deathslinger. It probably, well, it almost certainly is too little too late, but signs of life and a little bit of pride regained, perhaps, for him. As this could honestly be a situation where Nia just doesn't give a hoot about the gates and just waits out the endgame timer, perhaps. Or could be searching for a key as well. That is always a possibility. Maybe going to prioritise the hatch patrol above that of the gates. Again, it's 4 stacks of no way out. They're not going to get the gate immediately. So maybe Slinger can play it a little bit more aggressively, go out on a fact-finding mission. I mean, at this point, if you get on the gate right now, you might not even have time to get the thing, you know? Yeah, I think it's all over in terms of gates. They'd be hiding in the basement, maybe. That is a possibility. They were searching the chest, or someone was searching the chest at least. And there's no way out. They timed it pretty well, all things considered, but just weren't accounting for the full 4 stacks of no way out, and that will be GG. No idea where they went. The 4K for Slinger. Very well done. Somewhere over there, I presume. This will be very enlightening. Way over there, wow. How did they get... okay. Fair enough, fair enough. So, that does shake up Group C quite a bit. Slinger just narrowly beat Spirit. It was Spirit. Apologies for my misspeak earlier. It was Spirit. So, Slinger gets his first win of the campaign. 3 points for him. Spirit suffers her second loss. So let's sort Group C. Let's work out, finally, if Slinger is actually eliminated. So what could happen? Yeah, this could work. If Jason were to beat Trapper and Spirit were to beat Dredge, Slinger would be 3rd in Group C with 6 points and 40 hooks. He would be in contention for a 3rd place spot. He would almost certainly not get through with 6 points in 3rd place, but he's not eliminated yet. He has kept hope very, 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 very infinitesimally alive with that 4K. Yeah, angry about the unhooks there. That wasn't the Dwight who left very, very early. That was the other Dwight. Yeah, they weren't happy, and, you know, I think they're being a bit too... I think that's too much in the post-game chat there. I think that's way too much. Clearly misplays were had. But a misplay in DBD, it's not commensurate to be calling them stupid in the post-game chat. That's not commensurate. That's not on. That's not on. There's no need for that. It will be Group D, and we'll start with Ghoul against Singularity. Ghoul currently has top spot in Group D, but it's a fairly even group, and it's all to play for there. Ghoul, Eerie of Crows, had a good tournament so far. Everything seems to be going Ghoul's way. Top spot on Group D. Every chance of progressing through to the playoffs. But there's a lot of competitors in this group, so nothing is decided just yet. Looking for the bite. Won't quite connect. Team getting enough distance. There's a fog file. And there's the immediate M1. And see if anything else will come of this. Trying to go in for the dying state and should be able to here before they get the pallet. Okay. So, early hook, assuming no pallet save. Could have basement, but deciding instead to get the pain, res, economy in action. Get those gens regressing. This is not the gen that gets hit with pain res. Fascinating. Other gens moving out there for gold. Or against Ghoul, I should say. Not the best of second leaps, there has to be said. This has become a hallmark of Ghoul's campaign. Not the best Ghoul play from them that you're ever going to see, but just doing enough to get the win and taking advantage of fortuitous situations. However, a bit of a swing and a miss with that patrol. The unhook happens. You get back on the gen. Claudette, the injured party, crawling around. Going to be a big opportunity for Ghoul to get them into second stage. It's a good leap from Ghoul, and they'll be down again. That's so unfortunate for Claudette, but just no sign of any other survivors. And this would be such a ghoul way to get a solid hook total by getting a survivor out at the 5 gem mark. Wouldn't that just be what we've seen so much of? As there goes... What's that there? Not entirely sure. It's Nia Coulson. Okay. Injury! Injury. Over the pallet. Brings the upper pallet down. Gets a stun. Moves away. 2 leaps still in the back pocket for Ghoul. Zones them away from the pallet, and that will be the dying state there. If they had any hooks, you'd be kind of waiting out dead hard there, because their pathing just implied that there may be an E button press in the near future. But no, obviously, first hook, no dead hard. And second pain res for Ghoul, still at that 5 gem mark. Do they get that gem before pain res? Oh, God. They do not, but the scariest thing is... that isn't even the gen that pops with pain res. There's another gen out there with even more progress as the pallet comes down. 2 leaps in the back pocket. Needs the first bite of the game. Gets it. Okay, comes back. Needs to put a stop to that gen as another gen does pop. That was such a surprise when this gen, basically 95, was not the one that was hit with pain res. It was clearly the one over here that bore the brunt of that perk. And no one around. Oh, we're making a real meal of the leaps after the fact. There's a gen still aggressing. There's the unhook. Not a bad position for all this, but a fight back from the team for sure. Is there someone who wasn't hanging around the pallet? Okay, that was surprising. That was very surprising. Really expecting to see an injured party around the area there, but apparently not. All back in action, has enraged, has got 3 leaps here. Again, not finding anyone with this patrol. Once Ghoul has chase, you know, she's doing unbelievable work, but until that point, losing a lot of progress on these gens. As there's the bite, connects with Shane. Looking to get those leaps back, looking to get this dying state as quickly as possible, get pain res again, and keep these gens under control. That's decent. Shane will still get a pallet. Burns it immediately. Big opportunity for Ghoul. And there's a dying state. Just so tough around that tile to diagnose what Ghoul's going to do and make the right move. But they do get that gen. Ghoul will have been hoping to have got the pain res hook even just 5 seconds earlier. Pain res connects here. No one around. Bit of a waste of a pain res stack, to be honest with you. Better opportunities. No movement there. There's someone moving in for a potential save here. That's sprint burst from Cheryl. Cheryl, who has the 4th and final pain res token here. And the bite. Hold on a second. Wow. Obviously couldn't get the injury directly from the first leap there, but does enough to keep him off the gen. Ah, not able to get the leap over the pallet. That could have been really good for Ghoul. But now they're in a tough spot. Are they going to vault? Do they come back? They do not. However, do they know that Ghoul's gone this way? No, they don't. So that will still be the dying state. Pretty well done by Ghoul around that tile. And the 4th and final pain res stack. Should be a pretty good time for it. There should be a gem with a fair bit of progress out there. Likely to be the one that last got hit with pain res. Indeed, that gen does have a lot of movement. There goes Nia. Could there be the injury here for Ghoul? They do vault. Live for them. Needs the bite here, you'd have to say. Okay. Yep, not finding an angle. Good play from Nia. Good vault there as well. Good decision. If those leaps to come back as they burn that pallet too. Interesting resource usage there. Burning Shack pallet to deny injury to the Ghoul. Usually a killer who finds it quite easy to get injuries, although not on this occasion. Has to be said. There you go, there's the bite. Good play from Nia. Maybe the strongest loops of the game so far from Nia Carlson. Drops there. Kicking immediately. And now with one of these pallets, much, much tougher for them. Oh, just gets caught on the rock there. And no mind games being given up by Nia. And this is rough for Ghoul. Ah, but just finds a way of getting the dying state. But a 2-gen game. Ghoul may still be leaving hooks on the table here if they can't get a couple of dying states in quick succession. It's making very hard work of all of this here. There goes Shane. Doesn't take the best of lines with the leaps, and Shane will get some distance. Oh, Cheryl uses Sprint Burst to get away from the gen, but the bite should be available. There it is. Not perfect timing with the M1 from Ghoul there, so won't get as much of a booster to the enraged mode as they would maybe like. That's pretty decent. They'll get the window. Could be a fake here. Yeah, they're not even gonna make a play at the window. Just gonna keep on running. They will get to a pallet there. Could there be a play to come in through the pallet? No. Good play from Cheryl. Do they vault? They do not. They do not. Very nice. Is this going to be enough for Ghoul? Gotta be a vault there. It will be. Vaulting back. But the play has been made and the dying state obtained, and this will be Ghoul's 7th hook. But what a strange situation. With the 2 early, very, very early hooks on Claudette, you anticipated this to be a situation where the survivors would have to fend off Ghoul with only 3 survivors. That has not been the case, and looks like Ghoul's going to turn this into a 4 survivors on death hook kind of situation, which is, generally speaking, not how you want these games to go. Leaping, cancelling, dying state. And it will be all survivors on death hook. An unbelievably fair game from Ghoul, which does play into the build that they're running. No way out, none are free. Pain res to a lesser extent, forever entwined. I mean, this is a full power Ghoul here. But there really is nothing quite as powerful as making it a 3 survivor situation. That's really what Ghoul needs to be doing here, and just sees Nia out on the periphery. As Claudette gets the unhook all the way over there, there's surely no way that they come around for the unhook there, right? Time ticking by so fast for Cheryl. Do they get the unhook? There's the live, needs the bite, gets it. And that is going to be a death on hook. Claudette was banking on Nia going in for the save there. Ghoul spotted them, denied them that opportunity. And all of a sudden, there's 3 survivors left and still 2 gens in play. Never mind, 1. That is huge. Does Nia get to the pallets here? Takes just a slightly wide line. A slightly wide line to the pallets. You feel like if they ran efficiently, they would have made it. Okay, 2 survivors left. Now the only real question that remains is, will the door be left ajar? Is there room for a hatch escape here? It feels like it, unless there is a nasty surprise on the gens. It feels like it will be a hatch situation the team are looking for, especially considering you've got none are free, you've got no way out. The conventional escape is going to be tough for a multitude of reasons. That gen's still regressing. Noise over here. That really, for all the world, looks like a pebble throw, doesn't it? But from where? From where? Fascinating. Pebble should leave a trail of scratch marks. It just left a cluster there. Very surprising. Just waiting for someone to show themselves right now. They'll get back on the gen. Big movement here. And it's Claudette. And it's the fog file. And it's the bite. Needed that goal. few little cursory crouches there. Nothing wrong with it. They're just saying, oi, I want you to take a chase with me. Gaul very happy to oblige here. Again, so much protection in the endgame. Not too worried, really, about the gem popping. As it could have been dead hard. My God! Claudette flew there. And that will be the hatch game for Shane. It isn't over yet. Gaul still has a job to do. Has to get in Shack as soon as possible. Hatch does spawn inside Shack on Dead Sands. The gen changes things a little bit. But there it is. It's always going to be there. Okay, so Shane has a no-way-out situation to contend with. 4 stacks on it. The gates are in a really good position. This should be a done deal for Gaul. Gonna just hold on to those leaps as long as possible as soon as Gaul gets the noise notification. There'll be a way, but I mean, even without no way out, you'd feel pretty confident, wouldn't you, in denying the gate here as Shane gets the gate, runs off in this direction, and the bite didn't connect. The bite didn't connect. I've seen it go the other way a lot. I've not seen Gaul denied in quite that way before. Was maybe the DC to blame there? Very surprising. There'll be no denying that one. Will be the injury. And none are free, blocking all the pallets. There's naught a bot can do in this situation. GG. DC tech against Gaul bite? I think I may have seen something to that degree. GG. 12 hooks for Gaul. So Gaul will be taking at least a point into round 5. That will take their total up to at least 8 points. Things are looking very, very good for Gaul. RPD, Singularity, needs the 4K. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, how's this gonna be for Biopods? It's gonna be a bit tricky, maybe. Good Biopod placement is gonna be so important here. So important here. Find the places with good coverage. Good lines of sight, something like that is fine, but not great. Maybe could have done with that being a bit higher up. You can't get too in the weeds about how good your biopods are. At a certain point, you've got to just commit and do here. So, biopod out left Singularity, a lot more gen movement than you would like to be seeing. Could be a good candidate for machine learning down the line. As this could be a good teleport situation. Oh, just miss it. Okay, no matter. Damn. Really wanted the stun there for the instant injury. It didn't quite happen. There's another teleport. Decent play there. This should be the M1. They do have a pallet. And they do deny the M1 with it. Okay, there's a pallet break for the teleport. Going for the window. Do they double back? They do. Oof. And just denying the M1 with it. Good play. Nice. Okay. That's perfect for Singularity. Another teleport there. Very good stuff. Breaks the pallet. Gets the injury. This 2 gens pop almost immediately. That's unbelievable. Right. Well, anyway. Get the opening hook here. There was someone over here, and there is unsectability, and there is haste. So there could be something here for Singularity. As there goes Airstream. Uses the EMP, gets rid of the Biopod. Injury there. Oh, you got 2 survivors stuck in the interrogation room. Someone will need to leave, and it's Chris who does. Injury there. Runs into a set of crates. Very good stuff. Biopod needs the slipstream. Gets it. Teleport could be in play. It is. And, oh, good play. Chris found the one play that he needed to make. The teleport is out there. Needed that. Needed that before Chris turned the corner. A medium vault won't do it. It'll be a dying state. Okay. Whew. Slipstream out there. Good chance of committing. They're going to get EMP. They're going to get the EMP, so the Biopod not doing too much there. It will be a hook at least.
Integrity, 78%.
Will at least be a hook. See if there's anyone down the corridor. And, okay, someone in the interrogation room. Biopod giving decent intel in that regard. Injured party. Running into the interrogation room. So goes Airstreet, who left a mirrored illusion on the gen. Was looking for more out of that, to be honest with you. Could the teleport be on? Yes, just. Very important. They're not going to vault. Could be the dying state. It will be. It will be. Okay.
Gene secured.
Okay, so the EMP used in the interrogation room. No chance of a teleport from that. Probably looking to replace that as soon as possible. Be a great opportunity for Pop Goes a Weasel. A pretty decent amount of gen movement here. Firepot is back. No one on this gen. No. One good thing about RPD for Singularity, good intel across the board, and just spying Felix. Quite able to get the teleport out there, but does push them away from the hook. This might make life just a little bit more difficult for the team. Because who gets this unhooked now? Good question. Is there any chance? Oh, not quite able to get the teleport through the grate. What a shame. Opportunity here, maybe? It's in this room. Playing it very safe, and as well he might. Alright, so still got some solid gen regression on the interrogation room gen over there. Slipstream will connect, very good. Now, are they gonna get got by the mind game that's gotten so many survivors before? Not quite. Not quite. Airstreet too smart for that. Teleport out there. Pre-drop here, presumably. Quick kick. I mean, this isn't a fantastic chase for Singularity. First hook for Airstreet. Oh, they forgot what wing of RPD they were on. A common mistake, to be sure. Teleport out there, gets it. This could be the dying state here. Very good move from Singularity. Just sneaking in the teleport before they got fully around the corner. As V is going to try and get the EMP out there, will do so, but it could be a big opportunity for a Slipstream still. With this Biopod, could there be the teleport as well? Not going to do it. Going to take the hook. Oh my god, Felix had a really good play on the blind there, but got a little bit too excited and ran behind the pallet. The pallet, in the end, saving Singularity, which is not the usual way of things. A survivor over here, the aura reading. They're not able to get the EMP. It will be the M1. There's the add-on. The purple add-on providing aura reading and giving Singularity a tremendous play over on this side of the map. One thing that you can say about Singularity, not really been utilising the kick perks all that well. I've got out there, and that's enough to make them panic. And this will be a 3-survivor game with 3 gens left. Don't look now, but Singularity is fighting back in a massive way, and this could be the start of something very, very special. If it can get all the way over to this hook. Kind of annoying that there wasn't a closer hook. There may have been. There may have been. No, that wasn't the Biopod. Nor was that the Biopod that Singularity was looking for. This is the one. There's a Slipstream. Big opportunity here. Oh, just not quite the angle for the teleport. But there it is. And that will be the M1. They've had EMPs quite a lot this game. They've not used them very hastily. And that has just allowed Singularity to get some really key teleports out there. As they vault, it's live. Another teleport. Quick vault. If they commit to this vault, things will go badly for them. Breaking the pallet with the teleport. Again, just holding on to that EMP. You don't get to take it with you, let me tell you. Allowing Singularity to keep on getting some value from these. Oh, if it's bounce landing, that's awful, but it isn't. But it isn't. So the pratfall, good job. The pratfall that Singularity has not fell victim to is the issue of spreading hooks too much. Has found a way of getting someone out of this game and now is looking very, very good because of that. As a scratch mark suddenly end, that was fascinating. No real idea where they may have gone. Don't want to give away the self-unhook here, as there is Felix again. Never fled the area. So a real opportunity for the M1. They're looking to send Singularity down the hole. They'll elicit the whiff, but not for long. And this is fine. Absolutely fine for Singularity right now. They're sticking on this area, which is going to be so tough because there's a slipstream. And now all of a sudden you've got one pallet and Singularity can do this. By which I mean this. They bring the pallet down. Let's keep them away. There's another teleport. They'll drop down. If it isn't bounce landing, you're in trouble. Do you get the window here? Could be dead hard. Oh, that's a shame. They weren't going to get the vault anyway, but it always stings to have your keybind be randomly attributed to an action that you are not looking for. They got the totem rather than getting the vault. That will be a dying state. This could be a huge play on V here. Airstreet doing her best to take the hit, but not able to do so. It'll be another hook. And things are going from bad to worse for the team. But, remember, it is RPD. The Hatch and Shack offering will do nothing. Absolutely nothing. As Felix, remember, will have endurance. But not for long. So this might be the two survivor situation for Singularity, barring DS. It is DS. Does buy the team time at least to get the unhook on V. They'll presumably have fled the scene thereafter. Intel up here. All up here, okay. Could it even perhaps be a heal going on onto the hook? Might still be worth it to get the kick out on lobby gen there, get that regressing. Alright, 9 hooks to Singularity, 3 gens left. Seems incredibly unlikely that this will be any kind of gate escape, but Hatch, again, could still be on. You really need to find Airstreet here. That Firepod is pretty rubbish. Really need to find Airstreet here to give yourself time to find V before Hatch does spawn, because it's gonna be a true 50-50 call thereafter. There's V, but where's Airstreet? Not gonna take that chase. Singularity has all the time in the world and really wants to find the survivor with hooks remaining first. Oh, and there they are. Amazing. Looking for a biopod. Will it connect for a slipstream? It will. Pretty good with these biopods, has to be said. And that will be a hook for Airstreet. And now, theoretically, if this goes how you imagine it will, Singularity has a certain number of seconds, basically however long it takes for Airstreet to give up on hook, to find V before Hatch spawns. As there is movement here, and there's V, and it's all over. Wow. Oh, a gift. A gift. Doesn't even have to worry about the Hatch situation, and unless something catastrophic happens here, it will be the tie. So, Ghoul fans, it's not as good as it might have been. Sorry, let me amend that statement. Ghoul fan, it's not as good as it might have been. 12-12. So, Ghoul goes up to 8 points. Singularity gets a very important point there that keeps it firmly in contention. Nice tunnel, dude. Good thing I've seen better Singularity players who don't have to do that. You're welcome. So, up next, it's Chucky versus Krasu. And now we do actually have an honest-to-goodness elimination situation, I think. If Chucky loses, Chucky is out. It's that simple. If Chucky can't get at least a point here... Chuckily. If Chucky can't get at least a point here, Chucky is done. Chucky looking to keep his tournament hopes alive with a 4K. Has not had the kind of situations as of late he's been needing. That's a great hit. It looked for all the world like Sable had found the turning to avoid the dash, but the hit does connect. Maybe a bit of a fortunate hit there, but he'll take it. Good plays from Chucky. Okay, that's exactly the start you needed. Okay, friends to the end over yonder. Big opportunity maybe for the exposed hit. They've put themselves right in harm's way. There's only a little bit of time left. It works. Wow. The lesser spotted friends to the end value with Chucky. That never happens. And that is a fantastic get for him. Wow. That will pass it on to someone else and they're going to DC. I do not like how that went, and I'm unsurprised. I'm unsurprised. Right. Well, Chucky getting value from his own perk there. Seen as a bit of a mismatch to have an exposed perk with a killer who is as slow as Chucky, but it works out there. Unbelievable.
Got something for ya.
As they drop down, head in this direction. Okay. And good stuff from Chucky, getting ahead of them. This is the other Sable. Another good move from Chucky. The dashes are connecting really well as well. A shame that you lose that first gen. But aside from that, things are looking fantastic for Chucky, and that's a really nice moonwalk. But we'll get the dice hit there. Sable hanging around, looking to get as much progress on the gen as possible. And oh, just staying out of harm's way. The free hit could have been on there. It was close. It was really close. Oh, decent move from Chucky. This time not rewarded with an injury. Big mind game here. Not quite going to work. Too much distance, too much time for Sable to understand what's going on. Dash back around. Big opportunity here. Oh, good play. It actually went entirely the other way around the building. Makes a lot of sense. Oh. That's some breathing here. Dustin. In vicinity runs into a wall. He's in trouble. Or has a pallet. Good. Dying save from Chucky. He's getting these really tight angles on some of these dashes, but just doing enough. This has been a clinic so far. Early days, of course. And Chucky has done what so many killers have done so far, which is spreading out hooks. As we all know, it means you might get some pleasantries in the post-game chat, but in terms of pure results, you might end up lacking. Injury there, good stuff. It's the bot. This may provide some solace, some comfort with a quick dying state, hopefully. Oof, God. I've been hoodwinked by the bot there. Just held off on the hit, just for a little bit. Just trying to coax out Dead Hard there. But no matter.
Here you go.
Dead Hard clearly not in play for Lara. Not unless the bot's saving it for the next game, perhaps. Okay.
Don't worry. Shouldn't be too long.
There's Sable in the vicinity. Another injury. This dash keeps on connecting. Really good stuff. Well, this could be the M1. It is the M1.
Gotcha, you dumb shit.
As soon as Chucky finds people, he is closing down his chases so quickly. What a big part of his issue has been is his lack of effective patrol and just being unable to find people. Oh. Okay. Sable running interference there, out of nowhere. Going for the swing through the pallet. Will not connect. A rare denial of the injury from the team. Won't last long. Another great dash. This is superb from Chucky. Yes, Dustin gets unhooked in time for another chase here. Long dash. Not quite going to connect. I mean, ideally you wouldn't go after Dustin. Ideally you'd go for whoever got the unhook, but a chase is a chase, I suppose. Redropping everything is Dustin. Maybe there is value to this chase. Lithe! Oh, and it will just work out. Chucky not quite able to reorient in time. This will probably be a trick immediately for the previous interactions or anything to go by. Dash will be available. Oh, just not quite able to get around. Well, hey, I mean, maybe committing to Dustin was a bad move. Plenty of pallets to drop, and he's happy to drop all of them. Goes around the wall. Big opportunity here for Chucky. And barring dead hard. Should be the dice. It could still be eruption. It could still be, sorry, decisive strike. After all that, it isn't. The number of drop is heavily implies that DS was not in play there. More gem movement. Sable in the vicinity. Injury there. As the bot is just crouching around. Oh, but Sable's made a big mistake. Okay. Chucky very ready to pivot to the bot and try and get a nice easy chase there. Sable vaults back into harm's way. That'll be a 3 survivor game with still 4 gens left. This is absurdly good for Chucky. Very, very, very good stuff. Now at this point, maybe you're happy to have the bot in the end game here, a more predictable target to deny hatch. Would be the case, it would be Dustin again. Injury there, good dash. And he's been playing well, and the survivors just have had no answer. So far, it seems, as Dustin gets a pallet stun, takes an odd line afterwards. Has the pallet. Oof. Didn't actually want to go onto the pallet there, wanted to keep on going around the right-hand side of the tile, and Dustin beats a hasty retreat. There. So he's hanging around by the pallet. Dash here, opportunity. Oh. Well, it almost worked out, but Chucky being vacuumed into a lot of these pallets here. Very unfortunate. And again, it's another overlong chase. Fair play to Dustin, who's finding ways to frustrate Chucky and maybe even keep this team in it to a certain degree. So Dash will come up short and they get another gen, and there's another pallet over here. And that'll be it, though. Not quite able to find the right line there, and that will be a 2-survivor situation. And yeah, you wouldn't be at all unhappy to find Sable in this kind of situation, because the bot hopefully should be a bit more predictable in the end game. Does Chucky get the vault? Yes, good play. Won't quite be the injury though. Good awareness from Sable to double back. Could be the vault here, maybe. Not gonna be, not gonna be. Very decent play from Sable. Chucky will get the dash back just in time to put some pressure on them. They'll get the window. Not a great line afterwards, just always putting the injury on the table for Chucky. Just holding, holding, holding. Hammer down. Let's put pressure on for the immediate dash here. Gets the window. Sable again, not quite going to fall for it. All we're reading here is pretty good. Window's gone. No pallet, no window. Lying state. And this should be relatively easy to deny hatch to the bot as well. There is the bot, first of all. Great intel there. The bot's not too competent at gate situations, don't have some of the mind games that human beings do. So this should be All okay. My god, they're already on the gate. Wow, that could have been a nightmare situation if Chucky chose the wrong gate, but thankfully had the intel, courtesy of Friends to the End. Longer dash is in the end game, by the way. That's the blue add-on. One of the blue add-ons. Right there. And this should be a done deal. I will get pallet. Doesn't drop it immediately. Goes window. Strange interaction, but all's well that ends well. 4K for Chucky. What a game. Krasu. Greenville. 4K needed. Krasu is currently second place, but precariously so, only on the back of 19 total hooks. If she finds herself in a third place position, it seems unlikely with that number of hooks that she'll be making it to the playoffs. Something out a little ambitious leech. It connects. It connects and head form in play here. Big opportunity. As there's 3 survivors here. The actual the Yui who got leeched, nowhere to be seen. Unless that was them over there, but they did not look like they had the leech, and that's part of the issue with having 2 survivors with the same cosmetics. I suppose. Krasu didn't need to go for the flight there. Should still get the dying states. Okay. So, good early discovery. At least 2 survivors around the statue, Jen. Does still leave the opportunity for some more progress elsewhere. Maybe looking to keep one of these middle gens progressing. As there's the leech connected. The injury obtained. A real opportunity for a quick dying state here. As they do not go window, big opportunity, and that will be a dying state. Okay. So a pretty swift trade after the hook, nothing wrong with that. Now, the other Yui was hanging around to the left. There's also intel on Sable off to the right. And here they are. And there's a dying state. Wow. A bit too bold. Could it still be DS after all this time? No way. No way, no how. And that will be second hook state for Sable. Still not found a way to get Pop Goes a Weasel out there yet. Has lost to A-Gen. Kind of already playing to this 3-Gen. This would be a good opportunity for a kick right here, though. Eventually. It's a good blast wine for Yui. It does allow her to flee the scene. There's also some movement right here. Scratch marks again leading away. They bring the pallet down. Get the kick. Going head forward. And should be able to zone them away from the window here. Good move. Injury there. Headlong flight to catch up with them. Big opportunity here. Oh, it's wide open throttle. Brings the pallet up, and that may have actually really hurt their chances. Eruption keeps the middle gen stalled. The first hooks. This is a different Yuri here. First hook for her. Good strong start from Krasu. I can use the headlong flight for the patrol here. See if maybe this gen over here is moving to any greater degree. It's not moving at all, which is great news. Can we check out Shack? But as long as that's stationary, things should be looking pretty good for Krasu here. Projector room gem pops, but that was really never a part of her plans And this map becomes so ruinous for the team if they do leave the middle gens for last, which looks like that might be what they're doing here. Something also to keep an eye out for. If Krasu can find Nancy, get the hook on her. 4 hooks spread among 4 survivors. Say hello to Ravenous, as there's a survivor in a locker. Spacebar wasn't working, it's a known bug. But still manages to get the grab afterwards. Wow, big mistake. Big mistake there. And that'll be a nice easy hook after what was a slow period for finding survivors there. And scratch marks moving away from the hook. It's Yui. It's Sable. It's the Leech. It's the M1. It's Headform. And it could be a 3-survivor situation. And Krasu making a really strong start to this one. They bring it down. They enter the dying state. Is there any save on the table for Sable? Didn't mean that to rhyme. Doesn't look like it. What a play from Krasu. And 3 survivors left with a 3-gen situation where most of the gens localized around the middle of the map. That's going to be really tough for this team. What a strong start. What a statement of intent from Krasu. Got a bit lucky up to this point, has to be said. 19 hooks. Good enough for 6 points. Nothing lucky about this performance. This has been clean. It's Nancy heading to Shack. Yui moving away. Big opportunity here. Looking for regurgitation. They won't burn on that occasion. Again, didn't mean for that to rhyme. Spitting bars during this Krasu game. Deary me. As the regurgitation doesn't quite connect. What a shame. Wide open throttle again. Doesn't connect in the open field unless it's dead hard. That'll be another hook. It's rhyming couplet Sky is back. Okay. So, well, the game again. Every chase just being handled so efficiently, so quickly. Not a lot of movement here. Could be a time for the headlong flight just to try and keep these gens on side. As there is no movement for aggression by the statue. There's the unhook. Big opportunity here. Bit of an alley-oop with regurgitation. Very ambitious, not quite going to land. And no movement there either. They seem to have forgotten about the gens. There'll be no forgiveness here from Krasu, let me tell you. Trying for the head-on play again that they were trying to make happen earlier. They'll get the regurgitation. That will be least effective. It could be a dying state here. Not giving an inch here is Krasu. Another dying state. The swing through the pallet connecting. A bit lucky on that one, no doubt about it. Right, now if you're Krasu, you really want to be locating Nancy. Giving yourself time to deny hatch and also giving you intel on Yui thereafter. So this is the easiest possible situation. The game plan is the most obvious game plan imaginable. Gotta be Nancy Wheeler here. Gotta be Nancy Wheeler here. Can she find her? Because Nancy presumably will be settling in for a potential hatch game. Krasu just went wee, which I love. Movement over here. There was someone on this gem recently. Moving possibly around the back of statue. Oh, it would have been such a good find, but nowhere to be seen. Okay, getting the kick. Getting the aggression. She is already celebrating, and why not? It's been a fantastic group stage for her. Again, in some ways quite lucky. A diminutive hook total being rewarded with 6 points, but there's nothing lucky about this game. Just making sure all the gens are aggressing. Settling in for the long haul. The 2 remaining should not be able to stall this out much longer. Has someone got back on the statue gen? They certainly have. And there's scratch marks, and there's Nancy Wheeler. Absolutely ideal. Okay, perfect. Exactly what Krasu needed. Oh, but don't lose her now. Don't lose her now. There she is. Regurgitation. Oh, just hit off the hedge there, unfortunately. Does connect on that occasion. Going to try and eat the mushroom. They won't be able to eat the mushroom. It'll be head form. Might not even need head form here, to be honest with you. Just a simple dying state with the M1 should do it. And there's intel on Yui. But there'll be more where that came from, and there'll additionally be some level of exposed right here. There they are. They are exposed for a minute. Ravenous in play. Have they gone into the locker? No, they haven't. How have they been evasive here? Oh, the scratch marks were going nowhere. Are they moving in for the unhook? Oh, that's frustrating. That's so frustrating if you're Krasu. Okay, right back to Nancy here. Again, you want to be given time to locate the survivor. That is the most egregious pallet stun I think I've ever seen in all my years of playing and spectating and kind of playing while pretending I'm spectating Dead by Daylight. That is a sadness. Alright, getting the hook here. I cannot believe that, right? Well, that was the opportunity there. That was the opportunity to get the dying state on Yui, deny any chance of hatch, and to secure the point. But now, things are much more precarious as Yui moves in again. And making life difficult for Krasu again. And that doesn't hit anyone, which is a damn shame. That does connect. Will be the regurgitation there on Yui. And it all could have been so different. Now Krasu will have to play into the hatch in some way. You'd rather do so with the injured party than with healthy Yui, especially with how Yui has made Krasu's life rather miserable relative to the rest of the game. Holding there, wide open throttle again. Keeps on forgetting about that. So they brought back immediately. They do. Good injury there. Time for head form here, probably. Going for the headlong flight. Pallet is still available. This pallet's been ruinous for Krasu. Ooh, but they don't quite have the line afterwards. Big opportunity. Oh, not quite able to get the M1. This should be it. Now, it will be. And right by Shaq. So now, in a good position to deny hatch. And you would hope secure the 12 hooks. Which is so unfortunate for Chucky, who had such a good game. Might all come to naught. At least no adrenaline for Nancy. But you can't rest on your laurels yet if you're Krasu, because you don't have anything for the endgame. And these gates are pretty abject. There is every chance that Nancy can get these gates moving, and that would be a dagger in the heart of Krasu here after such a well-fought game. Oh my god, it's one light. That should not be enough. That should not be enough. Going body form. And that should be all she wrote for this one. GG. Whew. I'll tell you what, with those gates, it could have been very different. Really good with the regurgitation so far. This game as well, it has to be said. And if Krasu has just woken up, keep an eye out for her in the playoffs. Let me tell you, that was an incredibly strong performance. Okay, so 12-12. Chucky on 2 points. Really unfortunate for Chucky. That makes things very, very tough for him. Krasu secures a draw, a much-needed boost to the hook total, and 7 points for Krasu. Okay, Krasu here will be hoping for a draw between Cenobite and Huntress here to maintain control of second place. Whoever wins, if anyone does win, between Cenobite and Huntress, will instantly be propelled to second place, assuming the winner gets more than 3 hooks, which they likely will. Alright, Cenobite Huntress coming up. Okay, Cenobite. So this is a really important matchup here. 3 points for Cenobite or Huntress would put them in a really competitive spot in this group. If it's a draw, oof, well that puts both of them in a very vulnerable spot. So both will be looking for the 4K. Both will be looking for the 3 points here. So they'll need the other one to make a mistake. And there's plenty of opportunities to make mistakes on Trickster's Delusion, not the map that Cenobite would have necessarily wanted to be plonked in. Has gone to the area devoid of gens, so not a great early patrol from him. Movement in the nightclub. Gateway out there. It connects. Good gateway through the wall. Oh, as V is moving in entirely the wrong direction. Gives away the M1. Now, what will be on Cenobite's mind is the notion of getting the Dying State, getting the Painrose hook before that nightclub gem pops, and ideally, another one. Oh, good play from V. Now, are they going to anticipate this big mind game from Cenobite? Yes, they are easily going to anticipate such a mind game. Bad stuff for Cenobite. Can he get a gateway, like, all the way through here? Well, that might be some decent intel. As V keeps on running. And looking to head to Shack. And going through Shack. Oh! Did the hard part with the prediction there, but just panicked. Moved. Oh, moved the gateway away, but the medium vault is not going to be enough. They do get Nightclub Gen, no surprises there. There's likely to be progress on another gen, but with Deadlock, Painrose is not going to hit on that furthest along gen, so better for Cenobite here to hold on to Painrose. That's what he's going to do. And then head over to the Deadlock gem, which has barely any movement, so that's good intel for Cenobite here, good intel. Honestly, maybe a bit lucky to have been granted that Dying State. There's no movement there. No intel. No intel at all with this build. He may come to regret such a thing. That's a hell of a gateway. Hell of a gateway. That'll keep Bill occupied. Big movement on this gen. A scary amount of movement on this gen. So that'll be Lisa. Running headlong away. Gateway up ahead. Not quite going to connect, but then Lisa should be running back, right? Maybe held the corner there. Keeps on going. There's Bill. Gateway on Bill. Does connect. That should be an injury. Taking a very deliberate path there, Cenobite, to try and not break his own chains. Closes down the gap considerably with that one. Is there going to be a pallet here for Bill? Does not look like it. In fact, no pallets have spawned in this area, which is really unlucky. There usually is at least one, and it's usually a god pallet, so Cenobite can thank his lucky stars that there is no denial of that Dying State there. It's going to be a bit risky, a bit greedy here. Does he get all the way over to Painrose? This is going to be a true 50-50. This is ambitious. This is really ambitious. Does he make it? Whoa. There's a wiping of a few brows in Cenobite's entourage there. That was close. But now that all's said and done, probably the right call to go for Painrose. Hopefully that keeps him in the game just a little bit longer, because the gem progress has been extraordinary, and there's more here. Oh, and they get it. Really good effort with the gateway there. Just not quite able to turn around and connect with Lisa as she runs. Big opportunity here. There's Deception. That should force maybe the pallet. No, they're just going to flee Shack entirely. Do they keep on running? They do. Gateway up ahead. Does connect. Good stuff from Cenobite. For his part, he's doing what he needs to do, getting these gateways connecting, slowing them down, putting the pressure on. And this is just a really tough situation if you're a survivor. You're giving Cenobite free reign of the hypotenuse. Dropping the pallet. Good play from Lisa to not drop that immediately. And they drop it. And there you go. It's just a battle of wills. But fair play to them for making a lot out of a little there. But. For all of Cenobite's smooth moves and decent gateways. These gens are still absolutely flying. There's one thing that can be said for him. He does have plenty of Hex Plaything, or Fortune's Fall, value out there. Is there a scratch marks going to the window, but then doubling back maybe? Or just fading entirely? Could be in a locker. Doesn't seem likely, but possible. Says he on hook. As Gem moved from here, scratch marks are leading away. As it's V. Big opportunity here. Just lost them, unfortunately. There they go. Gateway could be in play here. Decent gateway. Decent gateway, which will really considerably close the gap here. Oh, although they've still got plenty of distance, haven't they? Goodness. It's not going to do anything, so better just get rid of it quickly and try and keep on V. V is a powerful target to go for in that it would be their second hook, but they still do have Pain Res to give. Good gateway there, vaulting immediately. Breaking the chains. And going for the quick vault. It's finesse, they'll get it. There's a box that's being moved over there. Do they vault? They do not. Just going to teleport. No, too late. Decided too late to teleport. Oh, but does get... Oh, no injury there. They get the pallet. And this might be not only the game, but also Cenobite's tournament grinding to a halt here. Needed to do better. This is such an important matchup with Huntress, with whom he is fiercely locked in battle for potential second place behind Ghoul, as things are shaping up right now. But it's looking like advantage. Huntress right here can't get past the aisle, can't get past the shelf. The gateway goes begging, and he's got to keep on this chase, but things are looking grim. Things are looking very, very grim indeed. Could there be any kind of mind game here? They held the check spot well, but Cenobite does close the gap, looking for a gateway, doesn't connect. And the last gem pops, and there's no way out. And this is disastrous for Cenobite. Would have been hoping for much better, especially with how good he was looking early on. But it's all come tumbling down. Gateway in effect. It's going to be tough to see a way out for them here. That is an incredible move. So go for the gateway. They'll go for the vault here and they'll get it. Gateway does connect, and that should be the end of this. Oh, that chain was so important, by the way. Because if they quick vault back, Cenobite's down. Right. Lisa? Looking for a potential body block here. I mean, you'll get another hook if you Cenobite, and that isn't nothing. Every hook could be that winning hook. But you clearly need more here, right? You clearly need more. I was never able to get Pentimento out there either. Just the game just moved by that quickly. No time for any of these perks, as there is a Meg there. Lisa's behind, in comes Bill. There's the injury. Okay, all in on Meg, going to try and trade uphill. Bill looking to run interference, not going to be able to. Needs the gateway, needs this to connect. It will. Bill will break the chains, and that will be all she wrote, unfortunately. What a shame. GG. Dead hard there, and they're gone. 4 hooks. Aye. Hey, do you know what? These killer queues are not bad. I'm hoping we have turned a corner. Oh, God. Oh, God. All right. 4 torches. Well, I mean, I've said before, 4 torches is not the end of the world. I'd rather that than 4 toolboxes. But it might be tough. Huntress, 4 flashlights, 4 torches in this lobby. Thankfully for her, the ask is quite minuscule. 4 hooks from Cenobite, unless it is a disaster for Huntress. That should be a beatable target, especially on a map that is not that bad. Certainly much better than Trickster's Delusion. I think that's pretty inarguable. So, early patrol, looking for scratch marks. Seeing some here. They do get around Huntress. They get some clear distance there. Looking for a big long-range hit. Ooh. If Meg were paying any less attention, that could have been a nice opening injury there. Okay, there's definitely people around Shack, so Huntress going to double back. Check that area out. And just, you know, slow start. If it is a slow start, don't panic. The hook total is achievable. The worst thing you can do is panic and lose the game that way. Has 3 survivors around Shaq here. Oof, good dodge from Yunjin. Okay. Huntress may have a work cut out for her here. This is already looking a little bit tough. Pivots. That's a hell of a dodge. That's a hell of a dodge from Yunjin. And maybe this is exactly the lobby that Cenobite was looking for. Because this might be a little bit tricky. She walks into a wall. Alright, well, scratch marks. Heading over yonder. Meg. Taking the peripheral line. Trying to get some, trying to be patient. And there's the injury. Okay. Opportunity here maybe for a quick hatchet. Not enough on it, and Meg had already turned the corner anyway. 3 hatchets left. Big opportunity here. You're hoping they dodge left into it. They don't, and things are looking tough. Can you get a dying state here? Yes. Massive. Gonna hope they've not established for a torch save, but will Huntress regret the lack of lightborn? No. Oof. Oof. The hooks are just a little bit far away. Is there going to be any kind of body blocks happening? No. It will be a hook. It will be pain rest as well. There's a blind. Looking up. Staying composed. Trying to get a good play out here. So don't drop the pallet. Gotta reload here at Huntress. Okay. That'll be Hanato fleeing the scene. Oh, another pallet that theoretically Huntress can counter. Could be the M1. It will be the M1. There it is. And pallet's gone. Love that. Oh, God, and they are pivoting to left immediately, leaving a possibility of a hatchet on the table. Oh, just kind of flick shot that in the wrong direction entirely. And the speed, I say, hang on a second. Hold on just a second. So is there going to be anyone here for a pallet save? Oh, so that'll be a second hook state, a second pain res. Halfway there to the draw, but another gem pops. Oh, and the timing. The timing on pain res. So unfortunate there. They're just able to get that gen. Worth a go with the hatchet. Not quite going to connect. Pushing Tae-Young away from the unhook. That'll be the M1. Bit of a fight back. Signs of life from the Huntress after a tough start. I'm just looking somewhat beleaguered by the moves, by the plays from the team. Clearly a tough lobby here. We probably expected that, as Tae-Young actually took a different line entirely to scratch marks, sending Huntress astray there. So there's no gem movement here. But another gem pops all the way over here, and it's Yunjin who's just been handling the gens, it seems. Tae-Young. Out of position! The hatchet never really landing true there as they don't burn the pallet. Trying for a moonwalk. Gets it. That'll be an injury. Every hook so important here in a four hook situation. Good line from them. Oh, they're just never going to throw these pallets, are they? That's what it seems like. Taking really good lines, and that will be the drop. It isn't a stun, at least. Bloodlust is in effect. It is not Beast of Prey, however. Maybe the lack of red stain could have been really helpful on a tile like this. Yunjin, please see. Big opportunity with a hatchet dodge. Good patience. And is there going to be anyone for the blind? No. 3/4 of the way there. And a very important pain res. Now remember, a draw really only benefits Krasu and Ghoul. This really needs to be a win for either of these killers. And it felt like such an easy task just 5 minutes ago, but what a situation Huntress has found herself in. Decent moonwalk. Peripheral Meg. Get some good distance there. Maybe that was an opportunity for a hatchet that's gone begging now. Just not able to find the line. Opportunity here. Okay, reloading. unhook over there. It's too young. Very bold. Too bold on the gen. And that will be the draw confirmed. 4 hooks reached. And that was not a given in this situation. Not a given at all. Okay, so it will be at least a point going the way of Huntress. With 2 gens left, you've got to back her to be getting another hook at some point. There is still gen movement here. Here goes Yunjin. Opportunity there. They hold their line and the hatchet not quite finding its mark. No gen movement off to the left. That's good news. You know, as hatchets go, there was a chance that it connected. It didn't quite. As there goes Meg. Finally finds a connection before Meg can turn the corner. And Meg runs around here. We'll just get around this opportunity here. Okay, gets to the periphery. Huntress will not mind that one bit. This should be a kind of zero-sum game for the survivor here. And when you're in the position of just looking to secure one final hook, you don't mind that at all. As they're going to go for the Z. Wow. Not seeing too much in the way of Z looping so far here. They utilise the Z to get live. Opportunity! And the dying state. Assuming the hook is found, it will be the win for Huntress. 4 hooks the task. And Cenobite will be feeling sick. Sick that he didn't put up anything like a competitive total, because this matchup was for the taking, considering the team that Huntress found herself against. But she's done enough. 5 hooks, enough for the win, and she's going to be in a very dominant position heading into the final round in Group D. It's a gen pops. 1 gen game. Yunjin. Yunjin finding a way of dodging these hatchets. Taking decent lines. Going to try and move in for the unhook. There's no hatchets left is the issue. You'd love to have snuck an injury there with a hatchet. Not quite going to work. Looking for the injury on Yunjin. And we'll get it. And again, this is a group in which number of hooks is going to be a very important stat. So still lots to play for Huntress, depending on how much she can do. As Meg was in the other locker. Big opportunity here. Dying state. Will it be death? Will it be decisive strike? Really could be. Oh, but the last gem pops. Would they have had it? I think the pickup started before the gem pops. So if they had DS, they would have been able to use it, but must not have had it. Lucky, lucky stuff there. That could have gone very differently. Injury on Taeyeon. Amazing work here. They're staying on this tile. Are they going to drop? They're not going to. This could be the M1. It will be just. Is the pallet stun going to be in play? There might not be the distance here for the pallet stun. No, so it'll be another hook, and all of a sudden, Huntress is at 7. No way out is in effect. They have tapped the gate, but there's plenty of time left. Gates both on this side. Can you find Yunjin? Can you find Hinata? Can you find someone? And take a chase before they get the unhook here. You might need to play it a little bit more cautiously if you're Huntress in this situation. Defend the hook as much as possible the moment that you discover someone. Take the chase. Gates will be operable now. Can she send the hatchet all the way out the gates over there? Oh, that might have been a bit too high. In all sincerity, and that one a bit too low. Keeping Hinata away. Okay. 1 light on the gate, but that's it. And there he goes. Good little moonwalk there. There's the injury. There's the unhook. So looking at least to get the dying state that... Burst of speed, okay. Get the dying state there. Get the hook as far from the gates as possible. This is a team who are going to fight, presumably, for every unhook that they can. So still hooks to be achieved here, you would imagine, for Huntress. Take her. Should buy her enough time to get a cheeky reload out there before the team are set up for the save. Does she get any kind of line of sight on this gate? Doesn't look like it. Maybe it's time to batten down the hatches, play it conservatively, play it defensively, and make the unhook as tricky as possible for this team. They may at this point just be happy with the 2E. It looks like there might be 3 lights on that gate over there. Still no sign of any survivors moving in. The gate's open. You imagine they'll be leaving shortly. It's one of the more tough save locations against Huntress. Rearing up preemptively here. Not impossible. Not impossible, especially against a team of this caliber. Oh, Taeyong takes an injury! That's massive! That's massive. Keeping an eye on the hook. Yunjin nowhere to be seen. Taeyong has given away a dying state. Could Yunjin still be here, though, for the blind? Huntress is allowed to keep an eye open for such things. If the killer senses there could be some kind of nefarious action. A blind of some kind. Gonna go for it. And they don't have the angle. So that will be against the odds there. And after a really tough game, a 10 hook win. Very, very, very good stuff from Huntress. Okay, to the spreadsheet. A 10-4 victory for Huntress. Puts her in a great spot. Cenobite has fumbled an opportunity there. A 4-hook loss. Gaul on top, 8 points, 42 hooks. Huntress in second place, 7 points and 38 hooks. Krasu in third, 7 points, only 31 hooks. Singularity, 4 points, 33 hooks. And Cenobite currently in fifth. Will need a win in round 5, 32 hooks for him. 4 points to his name. And Chucky, alas, eliminated with only 2 points from 4 games. Very unlucky. 36 hooks is a decent total, but the matchups did not go his way.